That home run bat was really exploding there. Our shortstop got two the other night, and you now have to correct what you were saying. That Armstrong was the only otter that didn't have a home run. Now he's got that home run, so you just lost one of your sayings.
Well, I tell you what, I Andy Armstrong made his first appearance on Players to Watch this week because of his performance at Gateway. In the series, Andy Armstrong went he went 6 for 15 in the 4 game set. 2 multi-hit games, his first home run in an Otters jersey. Lot to be happy with
Oh,
from the Oregon.
well, I'm rooting for him all the time. And when you were broadcasting, and when he got that double that night, and I'm saying, way to go, Andy. Come on, Andy. And I'm going to say something later on in the program about the shortstop that from down under. And you always keep saying something about his being a little too tall. And I'm going to make a comment. So later in the inning, whenever or game, I'm going to say, "Hey, Matthew," and I'll give a story.
Well, here's a look through the Frontier League standings. Washington continues to lead things off. They are the first team to 31 wins. Right behind them, though, a game and a half back, are these Evansville Otters. Then it's a big gap back to Schaumburg and Joliet, who are both 7 games back, respectively. Gateway's at 9 back, Windy City at 12, Lake Erie at 12 and a half. Florence, rounding out the division, a full 13 games back. On the east side, though, things have gotten quite tight rather quickly. Quebec's leading the way. Ottawa is 2 games back. Sussex, 4.5 back. Tri-City, 5.5 back. New York, 7.5 back. Trois-Rivières at 9 games back. New Jersey's at 10. Empire State's still back there in the rear. But tell you what, 2 through 7 on the East Division has gotten really jam-packed. It just goes on to prove anyone can win any day, and it's going to change things dramatically.
Exactly. And I'm looking at what your records are there, and I see my team, Empire State's got 2 wins. My God, they must have had a celebration.
Well, if you had a chance to read through the preview story that I put together earlier today, kind of going through what to expect out of this series, Schaumburg was at the bottom of the division 2 weeks ago. And at that time, they had lost 7 of their last 8 series. Since then, they've won 7 straight and are now in the 3rd spot in the West Division. Just shows you how a few games can do a ton.
Oh, I was surprised. I just saw that Sambo was where's Lake Charles? Where's Juliet? I mean, where's those teams that we were? Well, we were in 3rd place about a week ago. Now we're here 1.5 games out of first. You're right. One game can merely change the whole structure of the league.
Well, on Thursday night, once the Otters and Schaumburg game concludes Thursday night, the Otters have officially played half of their season, 48 of the total games. And I tell you what, it seems as if we are seeing the Otters finally form together a really solid approach. We're seeing everything come together at different parts. Last week, you and I were talking about more of a small ball approach, some sac fly RBIs, some RBI singles here and there. Then over the Gateway Series, they returned to the long ball, which was positive to see. 14 of Evansville's 22 runs at Gateway this weekend were scored on home runs. Some of the guys that did it, Felix, Baez, McNamee, Torrelas, Armstrong, Bierman, Khalil, some guys that we don't usually talk about as being home run hitters, finding a way to be a part of not just the small ball game, but now the long ball as well.
Well, when you described that one that Baez hit, you said it went to center field, and I could visualize. I've been watching these guys for enough time, and I was visualizing his stance, and he must have strided into that pitch rather than be hitting off the back foot, because if it's going out of the ballpark, he's taking that forward stride.
Well, and hands down, the most impressive home run of the entire weekend was George Khalil's 3-run home run last night. That ended up being the game-winning runs for the Otters. He hit that straight into the wind, which is something that all weekend long, every player that hit something into the wind, it died the second it got in the air. His cut right through it, got over the wall. He must love GCS Credit Union Ballpark. He has 4 professional home runs.
I
2 came last night. 3 of them are at that ballpark.
Oh, is that right? I know 2 last night, but all 3 of the 4. Okay. I do recall in your broadcast you kept saying a strong wind. It's going out. It's going like a shot out, but then it dies. So you just emphasized that now it must be a strong wind out there.
Yeah, the wind was blowing hard straight in from left field. Yet George Khalil turned hard on a pitch and was able to grab a couple of home runs last night. It was nice to see Evansville also have really strong pitching throughout the whole series as well. They gave up a combined 7 runs on 24 hits in the 4-game set, striking out 29 batters in that span.
I
Got to be happy with the starting pitching as well.
I agree with you. Now, I was looking at the record. It said our reliever had 13. I thought last night was 14. Or am I wrong?
He's still at 13 for now.
Still 13. Okay, so somewhere I'll have to go back to school and tell the teacher she made a mistake. Shouldn't have promoted me because I couldn't add. Anyway, you did a good job, and that guy that assisted you, he's been trying to steal my job for years. Preston something.
Yeah, it was nice to have our director of communication, Preston Leinenbach-Hoff, on the broadcast there on Sunday. And I just got to say, Preston as a color commentator is 1-0, and the Otters hit a lot of home runs with it. Yeah. Let's take this time to start walking through our starting lineups. First for the visiting team, the Schaumburg Boomers. The huge thing to look at here, 2 righties, the rest is lefties. A very left-handed strong matchup that will face Ryan O'Reilly tonight. O'Reilly on the season is hitting or throwing at about a 250 average to lefties. So it'll be interesting to see if this strategy works out for Schaumburg. As for the Otters this evening, Elijah McNamee is going to return to the leadoff spot once again. Then a little bit different look as there's no Zach Bierman this evening. Miles Gordon, J.R. Davis, Steven Sinsley across the front half. Baez moves up a little bit. And some strong bats round out the bottom of the lineup. Still no Dakota Phillips. He's here with the team, but he is in a sling this evening, so obviously he will not be participating in the game as well. Still waiting to hear what they think the estimated timetable is on him.
Well, I noticed he was down on the field. His arm was in a sling, and it looked like he had a cast on his wrist. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, did he break his wrist?
I know that the thing they were really looking at was one of the fingers, and the joint part that goes down into the hand, I think, was part of it as well.
But it's a hand injury.
Yeah, it's something with the left hand. He's waiting to hear back more on it, and if we happen to hear more information, we'd let you know. But as for right now, Otters are going to have to see things out without him, it seems, right now. And defensively, you've got Anthony Torrelas, and that's uplifting over at third. But offensively, that's a big bat to lose.
Well, I'm listening to you, and you mentioned it, and of course I agree with you that maybe he should be the regular third baseman. He's hitting the ball well, and you bragged about him when he first came, said he was a good defensive third baseman, but now he's proven he's a better hitter than he is a third baseman.
I'll tell you what, they brought him in, it seemed originally, as he was a guy to bring in while they looked for a full-time replacement for Gary Mattis. He saw it as his opportunity, and like any good ball player, put his head down and made the most of his opportunity, and he might have earned himself a full-time gig.
I hope he did, because, again, he's only been here a few weeks, and, of course, he hasn't played every day of those weeks, but the limited time he's played, he's got 2 home runs.
Well, absolutely. In the 12 games he's played now, he's got an average of 300, 2 home runs, a double.
And we've had some of our players, not knocking our players, but we've had some that have been playing in almost every game that hasn't got 2 home runs.
Well, he's finding consistency at the plate.
Yeah.
You don't need a home run from him every night, but he's getting on base, and at the end of the day, that gets the job done.
Well, let me put it this way. If I was a scout, I remember going back to Tom Kelly, who managed the Minnesota Twins in the World Series, and his father says, "Oh, they're not pitching to him." I said, as a scout, we're not looking at the pitches. We're looking at when he swings that bat, how much contact he makes. Does he get solid contact? That's what a scout's looking for. And from what I understand, from what I've seen, our new third baseman hits that ball pretty well.
Good day of action going on around the Frontier League. Let's look through the Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard. Trois-Rivières had a 9-2 win over Empire State this morning. Ottawa is currently up 2-1 on New Jersey in the 4th. Quebec and Tri-City are postponed. They will play a doubleheader tomorrow. Rain is in the Tri-City area. Lake Erie is currently down 2-1 at Florence in the 3rd inning. And just underway are Windy City and Washington, still scoreless, and Gateway and Joliet, still scoreless. Final game of the day, Schaumburg at Evansville, and it's just a few minutes away here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. Happy to have you here on a bit of a toasty Tuesday evening from Evansville. First pitch is coming at you next.
But no rain. There's no rain in the future. So come on out, see the game.
Frontier League Baseball on Flow Sports is presented by our friends at Working Distributors Evansville.
All right, here we go.
And let's not waste any time. Get you right into the starting introductions. First, for the man on the mound for the Otters, making just his first start in nearly a month now, is Ryan O'Reilly. The second-year pro is entering the game 3-2 overall with a ERA that's sitting just over 4.0. Clocked 39 innings of work. He's allowed 28 runs on 40 hits in those innings as well. A lot of strikeouts for him. 43 through his games thus far. The last two appearances he's had have been relief appearances. It's O'Reilly on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Or give a call at 812-475-9000. Again, another look at the Schaumburg Boomers starting lineup. They'll start it off with the right-handed Clint Hardy, and then it is a bunch of lefties. 4 lefties in a row before one last righty 3 more lefties rounded up. This is one of the first times in a long time. I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I remember seeing a lineup that only had 2 righties in it.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, you got O'Reilly over there starting, and it was interesting. You know, he was out here about, I'm going to say, an hour and a half ago, and he was running and exercising and loosening up. And I was wondering what the heck is going on when he was taking some pitches or balls, and he was down there in the right field wall where it says Tin Fish, and he was throwing as hard as he could at that sign. And I'm saying, what's wrong with that guy? And my wife says he's going to hurt that banner. I said, I don't know who he is. And then, of course, I couldn't get his number. And then when he came in, I found it. But anyway, let's put it this way. He loosened up in plenty of time for this game.
Well, you got to be careful with the cramps in a game like tonight. The heat has come out of nowhere, really. The Otters had a pretty simple weekend at Gateway when it came to the temperature. It wasn't too bad. This heat hits hard. It's very humid. You got to be careful that you're not falling behind on hydration. Probably a good idea to get out there early and start loosening up to start avoiding
Well,
those.
maybe that's what it was, and he was doing some running too. When I got out of therapy this afternoon, it was 101 in my car's temperature registered 101.
Well,
That's
we're
pretty good.
ready to get started with baseball here on a warm Tuesday evening from Bossy Field. The first pitch to Clint Hardy, right back up the middle, through the middle for a leadoff single. And we start at 6:37. First pitch, base hit.
Right
That's
up
the way
middle.
to start if you're.
Yep.
That'll bring up the first lefty of the day, Alec Craig. 231 average entering this 3-game set. Otters just got done with a 4-game set. They're at Gateway, the only 4-game set they'll play all year.
Well,
First pitch.
What's their record on stolen bases? Do they run a lot?
Yeah, they do run a lot. This Schaumburg team has 83 stolen base attempts. 68 of them they're successful on.
Wow.
They are also a team that uses that speed to get lots of extra base hits. The 0-1 is on its way home towards Alex Craig. Catches the outside edge for a called strike 2. In fact, this Schaumburg team has 25 triples.
That's an awful lot of
They've played
triples.
44 games, and they have 25 triples.
That's a lot of triples, I'll tell you that.
They are almost halfway to the league record in triples, and we're not even at the All-Star break yet. 0-2 coming home, stays high for ball 1.
And I don't know who has that record, but I'm going to say it's Washington.
I believe it was Washington 07. But
Yes.
don't hold me to that.
That's the year I'm going to say, too, because I was coaching, and it seems like every time they got on base, it was a triple.
The 1-2 to Alec Craig.
That
one goes over the head. And a very frustrated Craig throws his bat and heads to first. And the first 2 men are on.
You know, he got flustered, and that just glanced off him. And, you know, pitchers aren't throwing for batters anymore. I mean, especially when you got 2 strikes where you're not going to hit anybody.
So Justin Felix will step out and make a call to his defense. No outs. There's runners on first and second. Let's take a look at the defensive alignment for the Otters. Baez, Gordon, McNamee, left to right across the outfield. Torreyes plays third. Khalil on short. Armstrong at second. Sinsley at first. It's an all-star defensive lineup tonight.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to bunt or they're going to hit away.
First pitch to Matt Botcher. He's swinging, and it's a foul ball into the netting behind home plate.
It didn't take long for us to find out what they're going to do.
There is a little bit of a breeze this evening. It's blowing out towards left field. Temperature at first pitch, 91 degrees.
Really?
And as described by our public address announcer, Zane Clodfelter, hot.
Yes.
No balls, 1 strike to Matt Botcher. The DH, batting .425. Hit right back up the middle. O'Reilly will pick it up.
Go to first.
Thought
go
about
to first.
second, and instead just goes to first for the sure thing out. Works just as well as a sacrifice bunt. Both runners move.
Well, I was going to say, a situation like that, that ball stayed up in the air quite a bit. Runners were out and running. you have to make sure you get it out. And that was the right play that the pitcher O'Reilly made.
Well, and it was good to see him check at second to see if there was a play
You're
and
right.
then make the play.
Right, you're right. He did. He checked second.
Gave it the due diligence.
Right.
Well, that'll bring up Mike Hart, the 4-hole batter. He made his first appearance with Schaumburg yesterday, and
really?
his first at-bat with the team, a grand slam.
Really? My God, what an impression. No wonder he's in the lineup.
In fact, both Mike Hart and Jordan Wiley, who both joined the team very recently, in both of their first at-bats at the club, grand slams.
Wow.
Talk about making an entrance.
Oh, I'll say.
The 1-0 on the way home to Mike Hart. Takes it high and inside for a called strike.
And I hope that pitchers, whoever they were, took those batters out for lunch.
Some more on Ryan O'Reilly. His last 2 games have both been relief appearances after starts from Steve Pastora. He went deep in the game in both of them, allowing only 2 hits his last time out in 5 innings of work. 1-1 is on the way to Hart. And it gets away from Felix.
Now, what is that? Is it did it hit something? Otherwise,
I thought it just bounced off Felix, which would mean that the runners would get to advance, I thought. But
yes, that's what I'm wondering.
They must have said that it was foul tipped off. I didn't hear a foul tip, but maybe it was.
I didn't either. That's what's puzzling me is why the runners didn't advance.
Well, there's no argument from Schaumburg's side, so maybe they saw something we didn't. Counts at 1-2 for Mike Hart. Runners on second and third with 1 out. Still no score in the top of the first. O'Reilly fires home. The 1-2 swung on and missed.
Wow.
For the first German-American Bank strikeout of the day for Ryan O'Reilly.
And that couldn't have come at a better time.
You have to go all the way back to June 19th to find Ryan O'Reilly's last start. But in that start, he was absolutely great. 2 runs, only one of them earned, on 8 hits in 7 full innings. He had a career-high 10 strikeouts in the game as well. That is a great way to bounce back after struggling in the early parts of the season. I do feel bad for him that his next 2 appearances were both relief appearances, though.
Well, you're right. It's going to be interesting what he does with this batter. This is going to prove what kind of a pitcher he is.
2 outs, runners on second and third. Braxton Davidson at the plate now.
Strike. Ooh.
An average of 204, and he takes the first pitch a bit low. Must have been for ball 1. Schaumburg is wearing their road grays with the orange lettering or orange piping around the black lettering of Schaumburg on the front. They've got black numbers on the back.
Like San Francisco Giants.
Looks just like him, yeah.
Yep.
The 1-0 on the way home to Braxton Davidson from Ryan O'Reilly. Swinging strike 1. Fooled him on a pitch that just broke down.
My God, if he hit that, it probably would have went down to Owensboro. Boy, did he actually left his feet on that swing.
O'Reilly already popped back up on the mound and ready to go. 1-1 is the count towards Braxton Davidson. Felix setting up on the outside. The pitch is a bit outside. Counts. Goes out to 2-1.
When Davidson swings like that, not only him, but anyone, when they take a vicious cut like that, the next pitch, give them a changeup. And they're probably...
They're sitting that fastball.
Yes.
So 2-1 is the count. O'Reilly's really taking his time, trying to be methodical in this at-bat. 2-1 pitch is coming home. Swinging strike 2. Davidson, another hefty swing. Another swing and a miss.
Now, I'm going to put in my report, over swings. I mean, he's not trying to meet the ball. He's trying to kill the ball.
Yeah, he wants to put one at Victoria National and
oh, he wants one in the patio.
The empty patio tonight.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Braxton Davidson. Pitch is on the way home.
Strike 3. Ooh.
Misses. Must have been low, maybe a bit out inside. Count's now full, though.
I'm going to say this umpire is squeezing that strike zone. I remember you made reference to me the other night when the guy had the miner's hat on, the umpire, and you said, yeah, Bill McCune always says that. The miner's hat. It just shows I listen to you guys.
And it shows I listen to you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
On the year, O'Reilly and Felix, as a pitcher-catcher battery, have worked together for 18 and 2/3 innings, giving up 18 runs on 20 hits. Good for a 5.81 ERA. Ready for a full count pitch to Braxton Davidson. Big pitch here. Just misses low and inside. That one was further inside than the last pitch.
That was a breaking pitch. I don't know whether that was a slider or what, but it did have a little break. But whatever.
Well, that puts now runners at all three bases with 2 outs and William Salas at the plate. 22 RBIs on the season for him, a 259 average. This is a huge chance for the Schaumburg Boomers.
Right. Well, you could look at that walk in two ways. That might be an advantage for the Otters. Insofar now it's an out at any base.
First pitch to Salas. Called strike, high inside corner. And we're seeing one of the warmest days we've had so far for Otters baseball, and the crowd is a little bit smaller than usual. Obviously, the heat probably doing some of that.
Well, I can't blame them because it is warm.
0-1 to Salas.
Watch it.
Way high inside. Salas had to dive underneath that.
I'm going to say that was a curveball that got thrown out of control. It looked like he released that way back in his shoulder instead of in front of his chest, his pectoral muscles.
The 1-1 pitch on the way home for William Salas. Low outside. And the count's at 2-1.
Yeah, we can't be fancy now and be pitching on corners. We've got no bases to put this man, so we got to throw strikes right down the middle.
Otters are in their home whites today, with Otters in script blue across the front, numbers in blue on the back. They got the blue hats with the white fronts on them as well. The 2-1 swung on and fouled back towards the netting. That is a big strike for O'Reilly to get.
Now, the other night you were describing their uniforms, and you said they had Evansville across their chest. And I don't remember, of course, I haven't been on the road with the Otters for years, but I don't remember many times they had
Just the
Evansville.
gray jerseys have script Evansville. They don't wear them too often, but they only wear them on the road.
Yeah.
2-2 counts for William Salas. Pitch is headed home. Shattered bat. Ball's going to the right side. Brought in by Steven Sensley, and the Otters get out of it. There went some more wood. Grab your new lumber at Niehaus Lumber. We head to the bottom half of the first. Still scoreless from Evansville. To the bottom half of the first inning we go. And the Otters still scoreless after impressive work from both the defensive side and the pitcher to get out of that tough jam. Let's introduce you to the starter for the Schaumburg Boomers this evening. It is Shunpei Yoshikawa, a pitcher that the Otters faced the last time these two faced. He's from Osaka, Japan, played for the Hillsboro Hops last season. They're one of the affiliates of the Arizona Diamondbacks. This year, 3-4 overall with an ERA just under 7. He's pitched in 9 games, gone just over 48 innings. He's clocked 49 strikeouts in that time. And the men he will be facing on the Otters side of things. Starts off with the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Elijah McNamee. Gordon Davis, Sinsley there in the top 4. Then we see a packed back half of the lineup with a lot of guys who can be a sneaky, consistent guy. Khalil Torrales, Felix Armstrong round out things at the bottom. It's Yoshikawa on the mound. Nick Odo behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Elijah McNamee at the plate to kick off the batting side for the Otters in this game. .297 average for him. First pitch is a called strike.
Big Mac had a pretty good series offensively at Gateway besides defensively.
Yeah, he didn't have to do too much defensively, unlike his last time out there.
I know it. All they kept saying was he robbed them of 7 runs.
Chops one foul back towards the netting. He's quickly down 0-2. He had 2 home runs in Sunday's game. It was his first multi-home run game of the season. McNamee did fail to get on base on all 5 of his tries last night, so he lost both his 36-game on-base streak and his 10-game hitting streak last night. But just like all other good things, it must come to an end. A chopping ball towards the second baseman. Solis is over to first in plenty of time for out number 1. That'll bring up the center fielder, Miles Gordon, making an appearance in the 2-hole this evening. Spent a lot of time as the leadoff man and then some time as the 3-hole hitter. A little different look for him as there's no Zach Bierman this evening. He's got the evening off for rest. Miles Gordon is entering the game with a .276 average. Leads the team in doubles with 11 of them. First pitch to him is a called strike on the outside edge. A little bit more about Shumpei Yoshikawa up there on the mound. 6'2", 175 pounds in his second year as a professional. He did face Evansville once when this team was there at Schaumburg. It was a loss for Schaumburg, a 13-7 win for the Otters. He received the loss in the game. He gave up 5 hits and 5 runs in just 2 innings of work.
Must have been a home run involved in that those hits.
0-1 to Gordon. It's chop foul straight back.
Well, let me put it this way. That young man out there does not have what we would call heat. It might be hot outside with the temperature, but the degree of velocity is not hot. I'm going to say he's 85, 86. Should be batting practice.
The 0-2 to Miles Gordon. Sent foul back towards the netting. The last time the Otters faced Shumpei Yoshikawa, 6 of the first 7 hitters got on base. And that was how they quickly scored 3 runs in the first inning. That set the pace for the game. Dakota Phillips drove in 2 with an RBI single in the second. And the Otters just kind of cruised to victory from there on out. Sinsley and Baez both had home runs in the game. The 0-2. Zoom towards right field. Chasing back is Hardy. Near the corner. Home run if it's fair, but it's foul.
Well, it was hard for me to decide because did you notice the right fielder just trotted? He didn't run hard. He knew it was out of the ballpark, but whether it was going to be fair or foul, we don't know. But he just trotted out there.
The last time these two teams faced, Zach Bierman had a 3-home run game that tied the Frontier League record for the most home runs in a single game. Gordon just pushes one out towards center field, down for a base hit. Don't have to do too much. Just lay it down out there.
That's what you call slapping at the ball. And you don't have to swing hard like that one Davison was doing when he was batting. I mean, here, Gordon just showed him. All you got to do is just slap at it, put it out of the infield, you got a base hit.
Well, the Otters have their first base hit here in the bottom of the first. It brings up J.R. Davis, who is the designated hitter this evening. Davis enters the game just a hair over 300 at a .301 average. He was a very quiet performer in this team's road trip to Gateway this week. First pitch towards Davis.
Ooh.
Called strike.
Gordon faked everybody. He got a big jump, and I thought he was going to steal in the first pitch, but then he came back. And that catcher, Odie, is that how you say it? He's got a pretty good arm, so I don't know if you want to test him.
Davis watches a second pitch go by for a called strike. Davis this weekend at Gateway was 4 for 10, drew 3 walks as well.
That's 400 batting average. Count the 3 walks, and I guess that's a 700 batting average.
No balls, 2 strikes to the designated hitter, J.R. Davis. Gordon has a sizable lead at first.
Looks like he's...
Pitch coming home. Bounces in, gets away from the catcher, Odo, and the runner will advance to second. On the pass ball there.
Now, I just saw something that that pitcher did that a lot of times you don't see it, and that is the catcher was blinded. He's looking all over for the pitch, and the pitcher's coming down and saying, here it is, here it is. Finally, he himself picked it up. Now, that's working together. A lot of times the pitchers will stay on the mound and not say a word. And it was their pitch that made the whatever. Well, we got a man scoring position there, Matthew.
1-2 count to J.R. Davis. Stays low for ball 2. You were talking about Nick Odo there, the catcher behind the plate. Yesterday, he became the franchise's career leader in games played with 312. He's played 312 games with the Schaumburg Boomers.
Oh, okay.
So he's now the franchise's leader in games played.
Oh.
The 2-2, grounded towards the left side, chasing in his heart. The throw to first is in time for out number 2. And unfortunately for the Otters, it's an unproductive out.
That third baseman was kind of cool. That was a high chopper. He had plenty of time to get under it, which he did. And then he looked at the Otter base runner on second, forced him back, and then threw it to first. You know, that's when you're playing baseball out there, it's not only physical ability, it's mental.
Steven Sinsley at the plate now. The last time these two teams played, he picked up a 3-run home run in each of the 2 games. Had 7 RBIs in that 2-game series. The first pitch to Steven Sinsley. Just a hair out, or it catches the outside edge for a called strike 1.
You know what I noticed as some of our Otter players, they're wearing their pants above their knee, not below the knee, but above their knee.
The 0-1 for Steven Sinsley. Grounded to the right side. Tough play for the first baseman. Davidson is able to make the play over to Yoshikawa in time for out number 3. Otters are going to strand a man in scoring position. We head to the second inning. Still scoreless here from Evansville. We're in the top of the second inning. More on this game in a second. Another look at the standings if you missed it during the pregame setting. Washington with a 1.5 game lead over Evansville in the West. Schaumburg and Joliet both sitting in the third position, 7 games back, and then everyone follows basically one by one as you go down the rest of the table. On the East, Quebec still holding on to their lead, 2 games over Ottawa. And then Sussex through New Jersey, pretty close over there as well. Starting to get to that point of the season where everybody's in contention. It's just who can stay consistent.
Well, come that All-Star game, then things are going to change. By the way, did they ever send out those ballots for you people to vote yet?
We haven't yet. It sounds like it might be a end of this week thing.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm not going to make it. They're not going to vote me. They don't even know I'm on the ticket.
So the leadoff man for the Boomers in this inning, left fielder Jordan Wiley. He's one of the ones I mentioned that had a grand slam in his first appearance for the Boomers earlier this week. Wiley hails from Fort Worth, Texas. Another lefty here in this lineup. O'Reilly nods at his catcher Felix, kicks and delivers the first pitch to Wiley. Ball one high and outside. We didn't get to spend enough time talking about it, I don't think. The fact that the Otters defense and pitching was able to work out of a bases loaded jam, especially with two of those getting on with no outs, has got to feel good.
Yeah.
Hefty swinging strike one evens the count up. It seems that every Otters pitcher has had to work with that. Getting a couple of guys on, no outs, putting trust in your defense around you to help you out, and they have done a great job.
Well, that's the name of the game, Matthew. A pitcher is supposed to throw the ball, throw strikes. You have a second baseman, shortstop, center fielder, left fielder, right fielder, whatever. Their job is to catch the ball and make outs. So it's a team effort. So when the machinery is working, everybody benefits.
Counts at 2-2 now. And this is certainly a defensive setup for the Otters tonight. You've got Torrelas at third, Khalil at short, Armstrong at second, and Sinsley at first. These are your best defensive guys out there in the infield, and that really helps.
Well, I know you kept bragging about that. That's the best defensive move that the Otters are making, and this is the best defense the Otters can put out there. I'm not going to argue with you, but I do like that other guy playing first base.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think you can lose with either one.
Yeah.
Bierman and Sinsley both rotating through first. Both are very good options.
Yeah. And whether you put the
3-2 sent sharply towards Armstrong. He makes the play pretty simply, actually. Over first and plenty of time for out number one.
I was just about to mention his name, too. You could put that second baseman at short, and you'd be still having the best infield.
Batting eighth, then catching 24, Nick Odo.
When you have an offense that can be explosive like the Otters have, why not make your defensive alignment be a priority? That's what they've done. They've obviously proven that defense matters to them, and the players have fallen in line afterwards and said, okay, I can step up and be an offensive number as well.
Yeah.
First pitch is in for ball one to Nick Odo, the catcher.
Well, let's face it. We've played how many games? 40 games so far, or something like that?
Yeah, we're through 45.
Okay. How many third basemen have we had in 45 games? We've had quite a few. I mean, you had Phillips over there. You had Barrett over there. You've got JR over there. Now you've got a good defensive third baseman. Good. Leave him there. Now you solidified that position. Leave it alone.
Ball hit sharply to the right side, backhanded by Sinsley. He loses it, and the runner's going to reach. It's going to be an error on Steven Sinsley that allows the first base runner of the second inning.
You know, that's one thing about Sinsley, if you notice. He puts that glove down, does a great job, and then he pulls it up. Now, a lot of times, yes, sometimes the ball isn't in the glove, and that particular happened right then.
Yeah, and to your point, the Otters have seen 5 different individuals play a game at third, but after tonight, now 4 different ones have put at least 10 games in at third, so it's really been spread around.
Yeah. And the point is, when you find someone, let them settle there.
Well, that seems to, I think, as much as this Phillips injury hurts the team, it almost helps the team as well in the fact that they're going to have to stick with the lineup
Exactly.
And it's one of the first times we're going to have to see the lineup stay a little bit cemented in.
Well, right now you've got two of your home run hitters. Okay, Phillips is injured, but you got your other man, what you said, resting or day off, whatever. But anyway, the two power hitters you got on the team, what is going to happen when both of them come back in the lineup? Who is going to sit down that's out there right now?
0-1 count to Brett Milazzo, who tried to lay down a bunt his first time up. The 0-1 he thinks about going around on, and it's a called strike at the high outside corner. Defense is set up in double play positioning all the way around. The outfield is playing in.
We always can put Zach on first base. Phillips, we always could put catching, so that would solve the problem. But then what do you do with Sensley?
DH.
DH. All right, there you go. You solved your problem. Thank you, Coach.
Just about every game, I think it's basically Sensley and Bierman rotating through first and DH, and that's a pretty powerful lineup.
Yeah.
The 1-2 to Brett Milazzo. Ooh, way inside. He had to jump over the pitch. It gets way away from Felix, and the runner Odo is going to make his way to second.
Now that is what you call a wild pitch. Thank you. You think they heard me?
If you happen to be watching on Flow Sports this evening, you'll notice that there is some new sod behind home plate. Sounds like as the weeks go on, they're going to do a little bit more each couple of weeks, but really started to fill in where some of the grass had started to struggle, as the summer Bermuda grass has just not sprouted well this year.
Well, earlier when we first come in, my wife and I said to my wife, Betty, the infield looks really nice. I said, the grass is growing good. And I said, I'm going to have to ask if they put sod out there. Now, you just answered it. It is sod.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Brett Milazzo with 1 out and a runner on second. Back-to-back innings that we've seen a little bit of pressure put on by the Boomers. The 3-2 sent towards Armstrong on the right side. He's able to pick it up and play to first. Is it in time? Just barely. Oh, boy, that was a much closer play than I think they wanted.
Well, Odo got out of that batter's box real quick. He didn't play games, and that's what made it a little difficult.
So with the injury there to Dakota Phillips, Phillips was placed on the inactive list today, and in order to fill his space on the roster, the Otters signed Devin Buckner, who is a catcher out of the University of Southern Carolina Upstate, making his first professional team. We'll see if he happens to be making an appearance at any time.
Well, didn't we have 3 catchers? We had one that only played a game or 2, and what happened to him?
Brody Tanksley is still on the team.
Oh.
But I think they wanted someone that could do a little bit more full-time work for him.
Well, if you're playing Felix and Phillips as the 2 catchers, having the 3rd or 4th now doesn't make, well, that's why I'm up here and someone else is down there.
Clint Hardy with the 0-1 out to the foul ball. Pitch is coming home.
Ooh.
Called strike 2 on the outside edge. A very nice pitch there from O'Reilly.
That was one of his best breaking pitches, yes. It kind of mesmerized the batter.
0-2 count. Clint Hardy with an RBI opportunity here. Ryan O'Reilly is trying to shut the door. The kick and delivery from Ryan O'Reilly. Swinging strike 3. It's dropped by Felix. The thrower to first is in time for out number 3, and in back-to-back innings, the Boomers leave men in scoring position. We head to the bottom half of the second, still looking for the game's first run. And as we head to the bottom half of the second inning, we're going to see Baez, Khalil, and Torrales due up. Yet another inning where O'Reilly lets a man on. This one was via an error. However, it wasn't really his fault. He makes his way around to third, but the Otters do well to get out of the inning.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hardy striking out really was the key of getting that third out.
Well, the last
Anyway,
warm-up pitch
go
has
ahead.
been thrown by Yoshikawa, and we seem to be ready for the bottom of the second. Again, it's Jeffrey Baez, George Khalil, and Anthony Torrales due up to kick off this second.
You know, I like these uniforms, the all white with the blue. Reminds you of Brooklyn Dodgers, Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm dating myself when I said Brooklyn Dodgers.
I'd love to see a white jersey that has the script Evansville across the front,
Yes.
not just the script Otters.
Right.
First pitch to Jeffrey Baez. Called strike at the knees. The off speed he just watched go by was trying to will it out of the zone.
You know, the other night when you were broadcasting, something came to my mind. I said, I'm going to have to tell Matthew this when I get a chance. And that is, did you know there was a lefty with the Dodgers, Koufax? You remember that name? Do you know he spent 2 years in Brooklyn and never pitched?
I did not.
You know why? Now, here's the secret. No one knows. I shouldn't say no one. The reason why he never pitched was because back in the 1950s, if you received a bonus over a certain amount of money, the major league team had to keep you on the major league roster for 2 years. And that's why Koufax was on the Brooklyn Dodgers but never played.
Ball cranked out into left field by Baez, running back and making the catch is Wiley. He tracked that one really well. It's one of those that sounds really good off the bat.
That's what I thought it was. Might have been hit further. But anyway, that's where Koufax developed his curveball. 2 years of working on it in the bullpen. Now you can send me that check via FedEx if you want to.
Well, his warm-up song says, what a man, what a man. George Khalil at the plate now. 2 home runs for him last night, a 5 RBI game. Hands down the best night he's had in an Otters jersey thus far.
Crocodile George.
Starts with a called strike at the knees. And both of them were not heavy swings for him. They were just good swings and good even follow-throughs all the way through, and he let the arms do the work.
Yep. Well,
the 0-1 to George Khalil. Hefty swing there on a pitch that broke away towards the dirt. And Yoshikawa takes an 0-2 lead in the count.
When I was a young man, and the older fellows and minor leaguers and college players used to say, don't go for home runs. They come automatically. You don't go up there looking for home runs. Home runs will come.
The 0-2 to Khalil. Pushed out to the right side and foul. And that's the thing about George Khalil. I think that's why he managed a couple of home runs last night. He's not a guy who looks to get a home run every time because he doesn't usually do it. But he evened up his swings, made solid contact, and in the game of baseball, you make solid contact, a ball's going to fly.
Well, about 20 years ago, somebody started some kind of a game called Home Run Derby.
A swinging strike 3 on a pitch high and inside, sits down George Khalil. It's his first strikeout and the first one of the day for Shumpei Yoshikawa.
I don't know if you ever experienced it, but Home Run Derby, everybody goes up there looking to hit as far. And what you're doing, you're hitting off the back foot, you're tilting your back shoulder, and that's why there's a lot of fly balls. And that's one of the biggest mistakes people made because they practice that Home Run Derby so much when they get in the game. That's what they're doing.
The first pitch to Anthony Torrales. Outside ball 1. He was one of the many Otters who found a home run in that series against Gateway. He was impressive the whole series, though. Picked up a couple of solid base hits throughout the weekend. Watches a pitch stay low, and he's ahead 2-0 in the count. Preston told me a good story about the home run that Anthony Torrales hit. he was having a conversation with Dakota Phillips, and Phillips said, "You're a rookie in this league. They're going to throw you the fastball, and if you lay off, they'll give it to you again because they know that you're tempted by him." He laid off the first one, got a second one, and that's the one he drove out of the ballpark.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I may say, Phillips is a catcher, and the catchers are the smartest players on the team.
He knows exactly the strategy.
Exactly.
He passed it along to Torrales, and Torrales took advantage of it.
That's right.
He's looking at a 3-0 count right now. The pitch on the way home from Yoshikawa. Called strike right down the middle.
And there goes our taco man down in the stands. And I'll tell you what, tonight's tacos are delicious. I had several already. I recommend them.
3-1 to Torrales, a half swing. They say, yes, he did go. He was not able to hold back long enough. The count heads to full. If you have not had the chance to try the specialty taco, that's the one to try. It's the one with all of the lettuce and tomato and stuff on top.
Well, that's what I had.
Yeah.
Only because you had it last week.
Yeah, that's the one to have.
Right.
They were just debuted last week here at Bossy Field. You get them every single Taco Tuesday. The 3-2 to Torrales. It sent foul down the first base line.
Ooh.
It stayed just a hair foul.
Yes, that little more. If that went another 20 feet, it would have worked its way back into the field. Yeah, that night I was jealous. A week ago tonight, when you got the Supreme and I got the regular, and I was jealous. And I made sure, I told him, I said, next week you make sure I get what Matthew got.
Well, we made sure our operations intern Lucas was ready to go for tonight. He helped you out. 3-2 is the count to Anthony Torrales. Looking to start off his day with a base hit here. Long wait from Yoshikawa up on the mound. Has his sign, fires home on the full pitch. It's fouled up straight back.
He jammed him on that one. He was lucky he got around and got off the handle of the bat. It was high, chest high, fastball. But that showed me that he's got a quick bat. I'd like to see him get walked so that I could see if he'd steal second base, if Andy would let him go.
3-2 count to the third baseman Torrales. Pitch is on the way. This one again fouled back. Good defensive hitting from Anthony Torrales.
Got another inside pitch.
You can definitely tell that that's what Shunpei Yoshikawa is trying to manage. He wants to jam him and not let him extend the hands on anything.
Right.
Stepping back in is Torrales with the high stirrups this evening. The 3-2 headed his way. Pushed out towards right field. Foul ball yet again.
You know, the other night you made reference to one of the pitchers pitching X amount of throws, and if he didn't have a 3-2 count on so many batters, he would be all right. And I don't remember who it was or what it was, but you were referencing people fouling off so many pitches. This is what? He's just fouled off 3 in a row, right?
Yeah. The 3-2 to Torrales. Skies one towards shallow left field. Craig thinks he's underneath it, calls everybody off. And indeed he is. For out number 3, we've played 2 full innings from historic Bossy Field. Still looking for our first run. Each squad has 1 hit. To the top of the 3rd inning we go. Still scoreless here from Bossy Field. You know, this is the perfect way to start a series like this. 2 very electric teams that have worked themselves into 7-game winning streaks. 2 good pitchers. just taking some time to figure things out.
Yeah, as of now, what both teams only have one hit, right? And we're coming into the third inning, and only one hit apiece. So I would say both pitchers are doing a pretty good job so far.
The final warm-up pitch has been tossed, and we're ready to go. It'll be Alec Craig, Matt Botcher, and Mike Hart due up in the half inning. Ryan O'Reilly has proven in both innings that he can work himself out of a jam. Both innings, there were runners in scoring position.
And this young man coming at the bat got hit in the head the last time, so he got on base by a hit batsman, and he kind of took offense. And anyway, O'Reilly didn't mean it.
First pitch to him is inside of it, just missed on the inside edge. So O'Reilly's going to dig in a little bit more. O'Reilly is pretty much dead center on the rubber up there on the mounds. The 1-0 towards Craig, behind the batter.
He let that pitch go, I'm going to say halfway across his body. Therefore, that was why it was so wild. Instead of letting it go outside, he crossed his body.
The 2-0. And that is fouled off to the left side. Craig was really sitting fastball there.
Yeah.
Defenses played straight up all the way around. Playing deep as well, trying to extend their range. The 2-1 pitch is on the way home to Alec Craig. Just missing on the outside edge is O'Reilly. That's a good pitch. I like that there.
It's a 3-1 count. Now, I would say throw a strike. Never mind, don't walk him. That's it. Let him hit his way on.
3-1, hit sharply towards Sinsley. He stays in front of it. The toss to first is in plenty of time. And it's 1 up, 1 down to start the inning. Sinsley decided there, instead of waiting for it and backhanding it like he did his last time up, he shifted his body and let it play into his chest area and made a good play there.
Yes. You know, a local man that is managing the Miami Marlins right now, Don Mattingly, was a heck of first baseman for the Yankees. And that is one play that when I would scout the Yankees, I would always downgrade Don Mattingly for, is instead of shuffling an underhand pass to the pitcher covering, Mattingly would fling it. And it was going to be a chase. Who's going to get the first, the ball or the pitcher?
0-2 count to Matt Botcher to start off his count. His former time up, he grounded out right back to the pitcher. He enters the game with a .425 average. Good for the best in the entire league.
Yeah. Well, there was that curveball. It kind of hung up there, and Botcher jumped on it.
Botcher's playing in his 35th game this year. Of course, like I said, that average leads the league. He's also got a .503 on-base percentage. Consistency is written in this man's name. After a couple foul balls, is able to take a ball high and outside. Counts now 1-2 for him.
.425 average is not bad.
Not at all. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch on the way towards him. Right back up the middle, goes off of O'Reilly, but he's able to regroup and send it to first in time. He's actually going to step on first himself for out number 2.
That's the second time he grounded out to the pitcher.
It kind of felt like that play was in slow motion there.
Yeah.
It went right back up the middle towards O'Reilly, and he started running towards first, and it kind of seemed like Botcher slowed down when he saw him running to first. Just a strange play there.
Yeah. Now, did you see the first base umpire come over and say something to the dugout over here on third base? Whatever it was, I don't know, but I don't know what anybody could have made a complaint about.
First pitch to Mike Hart. On the way, it's a called strike on the outside edge.
There's that breaking pitch again. It's not a big breaking pitch, but yet it's a good bite.
The 0-1 on the way from O'Reilly. Ooh, brought the heat there. 92, and it just missed on the inside edge.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like he hasn't thrown the fastball much.
He hasn't. He's thrown a lot of breaking
Really
pitches. You're
sticking
right.
with the breaking pitches. The 1-1 coming home. Zoomed out to left center field. He threw the fastball and got one right back up the middle. A long throw in. It's a stand-up double for Mike Hart. Kind of looked like for a second there we might see the league's leading triple team grab another.
That's what I was thinking when I saw the ball going. I said, I hope he don't go for 3. But anyway, he golfed that pitch. That was a golfer's swing, and he put it in the right place.
If that's not a fastball, it might not be a base hit. But because it had so much momentum coming home, he shot it right back out with so much momentum.
Right. Otherwise, it might have been a foul ball pulled over the right field wall.
Braxton Davidson at the plate now. His second straight opportunity with a runner in scoring position. He walked his first time up.
And he did some calisthenics on his swing. And I'm waiting to see if he does it again.
First pitch to him is low and inside for ball 1. He kind of had to tiptoe backwards to get out of the way. One ball, no strikes for Braxton Davidson, the first baseman for the Boomers tonight. O'Reilly nods at the sign from his catcher, Felix. Dixon delivers on the 1-0. Swinging strike 1, and Davidson is right back with that heavy swing.
And did you notice he ended up with a one-hand swing, nearly hitting the catcher in the head? I can't tell you how many times I got hit in the head by that particular swing, but I always solved the problem. And I'll tell you how in a minute.
1-1 pitch. Davidson waiting on it at home. O'Reilly with a long look at second. Now fires home on the 1-1. Just misses the low inside corner. I think maybe if Felix catches that could have been a called strike.
Possibly, you're right.
Seems like every time there's a close pitch that falls out of the catcher's glove, they give it a ball.
Yeah. Now, getting back to how I solved my problem of batters hitting me in the head, very simple. What I would do is take their bat, and I'd go over to the wall, separating the fans from the field, and I would bang that bat against that wall until I broke their bats.
Ball is pushed foul to the left side. Oh, my. That is about 8 inches away from fair territory. Talk about getting saved. Baez wasn't really in a huge hustle to go after it.
Well, I think he thought it was further out beyond the foul line. But anyway, I would take their bats and break them, and that solved their problems. They didn't hit me anymore.
2 balls, 2 strikes for Braxton Davidson, waiting on him to get back to the box.
He's got a pretty good strong man's body. If you look at it, look at those thighs.
Built like a strong guy.
Yep.
Davidson stands 6'2", 240.
He's 240? I was going to say about 190. But
he's also 6'2".
Yeah, I didn't think he was that tall. That's one of the things that's hard to judge when you're a scout and you're sitting in the stands and you're judging their height and their weight.
2-2, inside ball 3.
Yeah, I would have said 190, maybe 6 foot, 190.
And if he's 6'2", then our home plate umpire this evening, Matt Beaver, must be at least 6 foot because he looks really close to him right there.
Yeah.
3-2 count to Braxton Davidson with 2 outs and a runner on second. O'Reilly fires home now. Zoomed out to left center field. Baez on the chase towards the wall. And it falls off the wall at the tailor-made sign. A run's going to score on a stand-up double from Braxton Davidson.
And that was a matter of a double by a strong man because he overpowered that pitch. That was an inside pitch,
Second baseman,
but
number
because
11,
he's so strong, he,
Salas.
he powdered it out that far.
Well, the way that Baez was running, I thought it was going to get over the fence.
That's what I thought. It was a home run the way Baez played it. You're right.
William Salas now looking at a similar situation. 2 outs, runner on second, but now the Schaumburg Boomers have themselves a lead.
Well, as we've often said, one run doesn't mean anything. You need one run to win anyway. So
First pitch is outside for ball 1.
a home run would tie this game up. So we got no problems.
If the series at Gateway didn't teach anything, or didn't teach you anything except this, it's that got to be patient in a game. There's 9 innings for a reason. The 1-0 to Salas. Zoom towards left field, down for a base hit. Bounces in front of Baez. The runner is trying for home.
He's
Play
out.
at the plate is out by a mile.
Is out.
Make it number 5 on the year from Jeffrey Baez. Another outfield assist. I tell you what, he might be earning himself a defensive all-star award with the plays he's made in left field. We head to the bottom half of the third. Schaumburg has a lead now. Bottom of the third, and Schaumburg has claimed a 1-0 lead after Braxton Davidson, there's no other way to say it, armed a ball to left field. He used the big build he's got to will that one towards left center. The Otters are lucky this isn't a 2-0 game with the way that should have been a home run.
Well, excuse me. Let's go back to the last out where Baez threw that runner out at home plate. There was no doubt he was out. Now, when they were on the roads, there was something similar, and you had made reference to Baez. This was another beautiful throw, but something happened. They called the umpire. They called the player safe. Do you remember that?
The last time Justin Felix was set up, and they said that he was blocking the plate. So this seemed like a similar situation. He was, that last play, he did almost the exact same thing. I'm still confused as to why that one at Lake Erie was called what it was, but it's in the past. And Jeffrey Baez has obviously put that behind him, and he's still throwing daggers from left field.
Well, if my memory serves me right, I'm not a professional umpire, but I think the fielder has the right to any place on the field, even if it's on the line, compared to the runner. So in that case, Felix just in. Okay, that was right on the line. So the runner is more or less running into the catcher, not the catcher blocking the ball.
Justin Felix due up for the first time this evening. He's looking at a 1-0 count after taking a ball high and inside.
But we're going to give Baez a star for that one anyway. That was a heck of a throw.
Yeah, this is his 4th or 5th outfield assist now of the season. I'll be honest with you. I don't know why runners still try to test him.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, it's up to the third baseman. He said the coach, he sends him in. You know, I played for a man called Bob Coleman here. Coleman was in his late 60s, And of course, he had cancer, unfortunately. And he'd be down there in third. He couldn't see that well anymore. And someone would be on the second in similar situation. Batter would hit a line drive to left field. Coleman would wave you on, and you'd get thrown out at 20, 30 feet at home plate. And you'd say, Bob, but he waved you on. You have to do as the manager tells you to do. But poor Coleman couldn't see. In fact, where we are sitting now is where his office was, because the press box was upstairs 60 years ago on the roof.
Ball sent foul, and Felix finds himself at a 2-2 count. Long wait before the next pitch. The 2-2. Oh, boy. Very close to a called strike three. He's going to be gifted another pitch.
I'll agree with you on that. It was too close to take.
It's one of those that afterwards you're like, oh, yeah, good take. But as it goes on, you're holding your breath.
Yes.
3-2 count for Justin Felix. Already done well to work himself to a full count. Pitcher's on the way. Called strike three at the knees. And he's frustrated there. So called strike three, the second strikeout of the day for Yoshikawa.
Well, here comes our man, Andy. Home run Armstrong.
Yeah, like I mentioned during our pregame and early part of the game segment, Andy went 6 for 15 in the 4-game set at Gateway, 2 multi-hit games, and his first home run of the season. If there was a way that Armstrong could get some positive momentum and the right mentality into his game, that was the series for it.
Well, good. Well, he needs it.
First pitch he sees here, it's strong contact, but fouled off to the right side. He's quickly down 0-1 in the count.
He's a fine defensive player. Strong arms, soft hands.
No balls, 1 strike for the former Oregon State Beaver. 0-1 is headed his way. Sent bouncing towards the shortstop, Craig. He plays it on 2 hops. Rocket throw is in plenty of time. Wow, what an arm from Alec Craig there at short.
I'll agree with you on it.
I was like, wow, he's really staying patient for that ball to get there, but he proved us wrong.
Yeah, he didn't waste no time. It went from glove to arm to the first baseman.
So with 2 outs and nobody on, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Elijah McNamee, returns to the plate. 0 for 1 on the day with a ground out thus far. First pitch to him, called strike on the outside edge, and he can't believe it.
Big Mac was going to swing and then had second thoughts. He should have swung. That was a beautiful strike.
The 0-1. Big curveball. He skies towards shallow right field. Solis is underneath it. 4 out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for the second straight inning. Of the 9 possible Otters that have come to the plate, they've had a 10 total combined. Only 1 hit, 1 base runner. Got to find some offense. We head to the top of the fourth inning. Otters still trail by a run. Really still trying to find something. The Otters are offensively. It's been a good day for Ryan O'Reilly so far. He's worked out of jams well, gave up the one run, but other than that, this has been a pretty evenly matched game.
Well,
Leading off for the Schaumburg Boomers.
the team in the gray uniform, the visitors, they have 4 hits and 1 run. And unfortunately, the team in the white uniforms, the home team, they only have 1 hit, and that is the difference. Both are pitching, both teams have outstanding pitching so far.
Pitch is getting ready to be sent home by Ryan O'Reilly to Jordan Wiley, who grounded out his first time up. Takes a first pitch strike on the high inside edge.
When did that injury happen to Phillips that he,
Sunday night.
oh, Sunday, and today is, Tuesday? So, and did he go to the hospital and had an x-ray? That one?
I'm not exactly sure. That's part of the process that I think them with Doc Martin are still working out.
Oh, okay.
Ball is accidentally tipped towards the left side. Torrellis just misses it running in. Even if he had picked up that ball and thrown it, it would have been a very close play at first.
Yes, yes.
That's an accidental base hit for Jordan Wiley.
So that's his second time on. The first time on was an error. So now he's on, and let's see if they. You say they have quite a few stolen bases. Let's see. This is the time you really want to steal bases because the hits are limited.
Jordan Wiley is 0 for 0 on stolen base attempts this year. So if he goes, it would be his first one.
Oh, okay.
He's got a good lead over there at first. He looks like he hasn't hit the indication he'd like to steal. First pitch to Nick Odo. Sent out towards left. Baez will move a few feet to his left side and bring it in for out number 1. It's an unlucky line out for Nick Odo. Just curved that one into Jeffrey Baez.
Yeah, that's a left-hand hitter. When he hits the left field, the ball is curving toward the line. The same way with the right-hand hitter, the ball is curving to the right field line.
That'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, center fielder Brett Milazzo, who's 0 for 1 so far in the day with a ground out to the second baseman. O'Reilly glances around and is ready for the first pitch to Milazzo. Low and inside, ball 1.
I'm going to tell you a story many people don't know, and I don't tell it very often. Back in the early 1970s, 71, I had a scout working for me. I was Eastern Scouting Director for the Kansas City Royals, and I had a scout down North Carolina.
1-0 is swung on and missed by Milazzo, counting it's up at a ball and a strike.
That was a CIA man. And, they tested curveballs. Can you believe that? The federal government had people in tunnels to prove that, yes, it's not an illusion. The ball actually does curve. So it was proven by the government. Of course, the CIA paid for it.
A 1-1 to Milazzo. Called strike on the high inside corner.
Yeah, Jimmy, the scout's name was Jimmy. Anyway, he was a CIA man. He said, I'll take a lot of stories when I retired. Jimmy Garland, that was his name, Jimmy Garland.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Brett Milazzo. Pitch is on the way towards him. Sent towards second base. Armstrong will play it to second for 1.
What a play!
That will get the lead runner for out number 2.
Did you see that Armstrong exhibit major league talent?
Made it look easy.
Oh, he did.
Milazzo will reach first on the 4-6. Fielder's choice. Apologies there.
Right now, instead of the runner being on first, you would have a runner on second. So Armstrong just did a miraculous job. Get that word. Traculus.
And with the decision there, if it gets to second late, there's runners on first and second with 1 out.
Right.
The Otters are lucky that he has the backhanded arm strength to get that out. The throw over to first in time. What a throw from Ryan O'Reilly. Takes Milazzo on his way back to first. We head to the bottom half of the fourth. Otters trail by 1. You're on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. As we head to the bottom of the fourth inning, I want to apologize for all of our listeners and viewers on Flow Sports. Some area-wide internet outages are leading to a little difficulties getting the stream up to the main servers, so we thank you for your patience. If you'd like a stream that's a little bit more seamless, we do have a audio-only stream available on the Otters Digital Network YouTube page. Just search Evansville Otters on YouTube, and you can find the audio-only version there. Again, we apologize and thank you for your patience as we work through these area-wide internet issues. To the bottom of the fourth we go. Miles Gordon, J.R. Davis, and Steven Sinsley do up. Miles Gordon, the only Otter with a hit so far in this game.
Yeah, my internet comes over the satellite. I don't have a whatever.
First pitch home is a bit outside for ball 1.
You know, the internet is something, isn't it? Some people we can't give you change because the internet's down and the cash register won't open.
1-0 count is fouled back towards the netting, and the count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Many, what, 30, well, maybe 30, 40 years ago, whatever it was, I was in Montreal and was checking out early in the morning because I had a flight like at 7. And I was looking for my bill. And they had charged me for a dinner that I didn't have. And I'm arguing with them, and I said, I want the bill. They said, well, we can't give you the bill because the internet's down. Well, well, we'll just charge you, and if I couldn't believe that. So here I get on the plane. I'm charged for a dinner I never even had.
A 1-2, and Gordon pushes it foul to the left side.
That was in Quebec, Montreal.
Is brought to you by X Construction.
Gordon singled his first time up, made it to second on a pass ball, but was stranded out there. The 1-2 on the way home. Push to the right side. Nice play by Solis to bring it in and send it to first in time for out number 1. So far, the Otters just unlucky in a couple of opportunities. Also, just haven't gotten good contact quite yet.
Well, you know what I'm happy about, Matthew, is that they're hitting those balls to the second base and shortstop, but they're running as hard as they can at first. They're not trotting down there. They're hustling. They're not conceding it's an out.
J.R. Davis at the plate. Grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. First pitch to him. Works outside for ball 1.
That pitcher then, if you notice, was like in slow motion. He like paused and then he continued. Maybe that's why he held it on too long. Held on to it too long.
A 1-0 towards Davis. Put right back up the middle and down for a base hit. Just got past Salas, the running second baseman. The Otters have their second base hit of the game.
Now let's see what Andy does.
First baseman, number 21, Steven Sensley.
Brings up the first baseman, Steven Sensley, with 1 out and 1 on.
You know, when you got a runner on first and one of them steal, you always like to have a left-hand batter preventing the catcher from seeing the ball. So, you know, whether the runner is breaking or not. So it's a good steal situation.
Sensley stepping in. So far on the day, a ground out to the first baseman. First pitch to Steven Sensley. Isn't going to come quite yet. They're going to go check on Davis at first. He's back in time.
What's Davis's record as far as steals is concerned?
Well, on this season, J.R. Davis has got 1 of his 4 attempts.
I know. You know, listening to you at home on the internet, the computer, you are a stat man. You always rattle off stats. Interesting.
First pitch to Sensley.
Strike.
Stays outside for ball 1.
You notice that Sensley, ever since he's been here, has that hesitant, I want to swing, but I don't swing. And so many times it's called strike 3.
Sometimes he gets a little too selective with his pitches.
Right.
But I tell you what, if he sees one he likes and does swing at it, a lot of the time leaves the yard.
Yeah, you're right.
Check over at first, and Davis is back in time. Of course, it is just BP, and you're supposed to be able to hit home runs in BP. There were some home runs he hit in his batting practice sessions at Gateway that not only cleared the regular wall in right field, but it cleared the whole advertising wall another 15 feet back. 0-1. He sends one foul chopping to the right side.
Well, you know, we had a center fielder by the name of Sweeney that hit that scoreboard. Now, you're not going to see many balls hit that scoreboard. Sweeney, probably the best ball player I've ever seen wear out of uniform. There's 5 things that you need to make the majors. Contact, hitting, power, running, fielding, and a great arm. He had all 5.
0-2 is way high and outside. Sensley easily lays off.
Only one thing he did wrong. He was a one-hand swinger. He hit more balls off the right center field wall. If he only kept 2 hands on that bat, he probably would have hit 40 home runs in this league.
The most impressive thing in my book for Steven Sensley, a 282 average, but a 422 on base percentage. He leads the Otters in walks with 20.
Really?
And so many of them are situations like this. Finds himself down early in the count, stays patient, and works himself on base.
Well, that's a good. What you're saying is he's following the pitch, and that's what you got to do. You got to follow that pitch from the pitcher's arm till it crosses the plate.
The 2-2 push to the right side, down for a base hit. They'll keep Davis at second. There's runners on first and second after back-to-back base hits.
And that was one that was just a slap type swing.
Well, he stayed patient in the at-bat, found a pitch he could drive somewhere, and he did.
Right. And I'm waiting to see somebody up in the bullpen over there. But Schaumburg's got nobody yet.
So Jeffrey Baez heads to the plate. On the day, Jeffrey Baez is 0 for 1. He had an unfortunate line out to the left fielder. Had good contact, but it was just straight at the left fielder.
It was a line drive.
So now he'll look to amend that with a 1 out, 2 on situation. Yoshikawa has looked very consistent on the mound, worked through this lineup very well.
Yes.
Until this inning, he only allowed 1 hit. The first pitch to Baez. Off speed, looked like a curveball that never got its big curveball bite.
Yeah, there was that pause again in his delivery. And every time he does that, he doesn't have a good pitch. I mean, they're generally high because he's releasing it high. Whatever his reasons are, I don't know. But
The 1-0. Hefty swing from Baez. He was way out in front of the off speed there.
yeah, so 78, 70, something like that.
Otters trying to find a way to even this game up in the bottom of the 4th inning. Reminder, the Otters trailed 1-0 last night all the way into the 6th before their back-to-back or their multi-home run inning. Baez now down 1-2 in the count.
Yep, the game's never over until the fat lady sings. So Baez has got 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes for Jeffrey Baez. Pitch is on the way home. Stays low for ball 2. And I agree with you. The Otters find a way to stay in every ball game they're in. In fact, the Otters are over 500 after trailing in the 1st and 2nd innings.
Wow.
So when they trail, they seem to be a back-end side type of team that's come from behind in a lot of games.
Strike
2-2 to
3.
Baez, called strike 3 on the low inside corner. He's a bit frustrated, but it's the 3rd strikeout of the day for Yoshikawa.
Well, I would say to Mr. Baez, don't argue with the umpire because I called it a strike from here. So, the umpire can't be wrong and I'd be wrong at the same time.
The shortstop, George Khalil, heads to the plate now. A strikeout for him so far in the game. He's got an RBI chance here with runners on 1st and 2nd.
And JR can get a good lead off second base there. He could easily score on a base hit.
5 of Khalil's 14 RBIs came last night.
Crocodile George.
1-0 is the count. The shortstop, Khalil. Pitch is on the way towards him. Takes it for a called strike, evens the count. Something I've always thought about asking George and just never got around to asking is if he ever played cricket when he was living down there in Australia.
Yeah, well,
we see a lot of baseball players nowadays that are from Australia have converted from cricket players into baseball players.
Oh, really? Well, I would ask him one question is, do you see many crocodiles down there? And if so, are they big? And because I never realized until lately, those alligators or crocodiles, whatever, all they do is drag you into the water and drown you. So they're really not chewing you up as much as just clasping their jaws against your leg or whatever and then bringing you in the water and drowning you.
A 2-1 count for George Khalil. There's runners on 1st and 2nd. 2-1 stays a bit low for ball 3. Are they going to say it hit George Khalil?
It hit him?
No, he was just tying his shoe. I thought he was taking off his pad there on his ankle. I was really surprised that would have hit him.
I would too, because it looked like the ball was at least 2 or 3 feet away from him.
So the count's 3-1 for George Khalil. 2 outs, runners on 1st and 2nd. Pitch on the way.
Oh,
Works inside,
boy.
and the bases are loaded with 2 outs.
Wow. Now there was a 50-50 call.
It'll bring up the 3rd baseman, Anthony Torrelas, but first we have to have a mound visit for the Boomers as Yoshikawa and the entire infield comes to discuss things over with the pitching coach, Dylan Stutzman.
There's not much you could say except, fellas, if it's a ground ball, it's an out at any base on a force. Pitcher, just throw strikes. Don't walk them. Okay, let's go.
Kind of one of those, just get this out.
Right.
We can talk about everything else after the last out.
Exactly.
Third baseman, number 1, Anthony Torres.
Well, Anthony Torres will head to the plate now. Bases loaded for him.
Now that they're, tonight's the first night they've been in town, right? So the coach is able to say, now listen, Toroni has a great pizza, but wait until the game's over before you start eating it.
Otters have the bases juiced with 2 outs. Torres at the plate, first pitch to him. Zoom down the third base line, picked up by Hart. He'll step on third for the 3rd out, and that will end this one. Otters have the bases loaded, can't bring anyone home. They still trail by 1 as we head to the 5th inning here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. To the top of the 5th inning we go, moving through this game nicely, just 1 run, despite having 8 combined hits. The starting pitchers have worked around a lot of things pretty simply.
Oh, I'll say, right now the Otters has had a chance the last inning, but where our third baseman hit that ball solidly down the third. And again, what we've talked about, all they had to do was touch third, and that was it. But anyway, coming in tonight, there was this broadband giving out free tickets. Did you see that? So, so you get a free hot dog and a drink if you got one of those tickets.
Yeah, Astound Broadband is one of the sponsors for tomorrow night. So they are giving out vouchers to give out. You get into the game for free, and I believe you get a meal voucher too.
Yeah, free hot dog and a drink.
Yeah.
I tell you what, they gave me a couple, and I didn't need them. But the point is, I said I would certainly mention it on the air, and we've done our job. Yes.
1-1 count to the leadoff man, Clint Hardy. Pitch is headed towards him.
But not only can you see a great game, but you get a free admission, but a hot dog, and the hot dogs are good here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there is a link that you can go to. For more information, just go to the Evansville Otters Twitter page, and you can find the link that takes you to where you can claim your free ticket for tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow night's just one of their mini games.
Yes.
Looks like they're also doing July 17th, July 27th, and August 18th.
18th, yeah.
Tomorrow, I don't know why you wouldn't want to be at the ballpark. It's our director of communication, Preston Linenback's birthday.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
We're going to have a big cake up here?
We must have, we need to do something.
Well, I know his mother and father are real nice people. And if they're listening, I know they used to listen when Preston was working back at the Evansville Broadcasting Station and when he was on the radio. And they're great parents, so I'm quite sure they probably bought a great ice cream cake that we all could share up here. So I'm going to put Jordan, Joron, in charge. Make sure that pie for Preston's birthday is big.
3-2 count for Clint Hardy, the leadoff man of this fifth inning. Pitch on the way. And it's just a bit low for ball 4. A free base for Hardy will kick off the fifth inning.
I'll tell you what, you know what I'll do? I'll even sing happy birthday to him.
Alec Craig.
Generally, I charge for that, but this will be a free.
It'll bring up the shortstop, Alec Craig. 0 for 1 with a ground out and a hit by pitch so far in the game. Long wait for O'Reilly up on the bump. A glance towards first, and he readies himself for the first pitch. Another look towards first. Pitch is on the way. Sent sharply towards Sinsley at first. To second for 1. Back to first, and it falls out of the glove of O'Reilly. He took that pitch really low, and that's a tough play to make.
Well, he backhanded it instead of having, well, anyway.
Being on the run made it a little difficult
Yes,
for
and
him.
we got one out. That's what counts.
Good work from Sinsley to keep his head on a swivel, get the ball to the leadoff person there, and at least make sure that there's still force outs. There's one out, runner on first after the 3-6 fielder's choice. Brings up the designated hitter, Matt Botcher, who's 0 for 2 in the game. Tell you what, Matt Botcher is surely going to be on my all-star ballot. Can do just about everything. A strong defensive player, but when he's a DH, he is a extremely good bat in the lineup. A throw over to first is in plenty of time for Craig to get back.
Well, how many guys have you got on that all-star team? Because, you know, I've got Phillips on there, and I got Bierman on there, and I got Armstrong on there, and I got Big Hit back there. And
first pitch is launched to the left side. Baez giving chase, then lets it go out of play and foul.
I got about 4 pitchers on that list, so I don't know.
It's certainly going to be tough to decide. If you're looking at just the Otters players, I've certainly got a handful that I'm thinking of. Botcher is surely one that I'm going to throw on from another team.
Well, that's being fair. I'm saying that that's one of the things you are. You're fair. You recognize the opposing players' good plays, and you give them credit, and that's the way you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be non-biased. Isn't that the word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm not a guy who likes to rely on stats too heavily because stats are very superficial. But when you are batting .425 through 35 games, you're doing something right.
You're darn right. Steve Burrows, I don't know if you ever remember who he was. He was a third baseman, pretty good third baseman for Detroit when he was playing. And then he was fortunate to be one of our coaches in San Diego. And then my brother gave him the chance to be the manager. And he was terrible. He relied on stats for everything. Here comes a batter. Well, he's batting 0-20. Oh, there he goes.
The throw out to second.
He's
a good
out.
throw.
He is out.
And they tag him out. What a throw from Justin Felix. I tell you what, put it right in stride for Khalil that he was able to just cleanly follow through.
Exactly. Great throw by Felix. Right.
And that is a big number 10. The 10th batter that Felix has thrown out this year. His caught stealing rate is over 25%.
You mentioned that the other night on the air. You had thrown out 9, and you mentioned that stats, right? But no, Steve Burrows, here comes the batter, and he's batting 0-25 against a left-hander, but whatever. And he relied on managing and stats. How long he lasted managing, don't you? That 1 year. He's never managed in minors or majors since. Good coach. Terrible manager.
1-2 count for Matt Botcher with 2 outs and nobody on now. Pitch on the way home towards him.
Ooh,
Swinging
yes,
strike
swung.
3. Yes, he did, says the home plate umpire. A German-American bank ends this half inning. We head to the bottom half of the 5th. Otters still down by a run. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Otters still down by 1. I will make sure I mention, just got my first bite of a Supreme taco this evening. Very good. Your recommendation was good.
I've had 2 before the game, and I recommended them. And I tell you what, you've got the taco man. He is a great salesperson.
The catcher, number 5.
Kicking off the half inning for the Otters is going to be the catcher, Justin Felix. He struck out looking his last time up, but don't let that affect the way you think of that at bat. He worked his way in the count really well, was down 0-2 early, worked his way up to a full count, and then took a very close pitch for strike 3.
Yes, you're right.
His first pitch bounces in for ball 1.
And somebody's setting firecrackers off.
Yeah, out past right field, maybe
Oh, yes, I see
quarter
him.
mile
Oh,
away.
yeah. We had firecrackers at my home July 4th. My son and my son-in-law, every year they spend over $1,000 buying fireworks. And we all sit around and we all enjoy them. And I tell you what, they make a mess when they're next day.
Well, it sounds like so they had fireworks all 4 nights we were at Gateway. Sounds like the total bill for the 4 nights of fireworks was over $30,000.
Oh, yes.
They were great shows, but I
Yes.
tell you what, they invested heavily in it.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mr. Bussing does here, too. You know, I mean, fireworks aren't cheap.
2-0 to Felix. He cranks one down the third base line, but it's going to be foul. Just a bit ahead of that one.
Yes, he got a high inside pitch, and he, if I may say the word, he tomahawked it.
He waits a half second later. I mean, fraction of a second later, that's a home run.
Right.
Good to see him pick his pitch, though. He made the pitcher Yoshikawa come to him.
Yeah.
2-1 is the count. Long wait. Pitch is on the way now. 2-1 stays outside, and it's a 3-1 count.
Yeah. You know, I just mentioned my son-in-law and my son. My son-in-law is the one that drives me to this game, and my son, David, is the one that picks me up after the game. So it's a family affair.
Everyone gets involved in the transportation of.
And my wife is she rides shotgun for me. So if it's not a family affair, we wouldn't be here.
That's the best part about Bossy Field. You can bring the whole family out any given night, and it's just a perfect place for the whole family.
Oh, yes. Otterville is unique.
A lot of fun promotions this week. Go to evansvilleotters.com/promotions. Pick out your perfect night with the family. A 3-1 is skied high in shallow center field. Dropping in is the center fielder Milazzo, and he will bring it in for out number 1. A shame to see that at bat in that way.
Yeah. You know, we're talking about Bossy Field being historic, and unfortunately, you know, the school board, the Evansville School Board Corporation, is the ones that own this field. And back in the 1980s, you had American Legion and some high school and University of Evansville playing here, and this field was disgraceful. Grass was growing in the dirt. The roof leaked. The bathrooms didn't work. And no one gave a good care until the Friends of Bossy Field, which I was fortunate to be a member of, we put on a Night of Memories and raised thousands of dollars, and we helped put this field in. But the biggest thing was the League of Its Own. When they came here, they spent a lot of money fixing this field up. But now you look at Bossy Field and you say, what a beautiful stadium.
A swinging strike and a taken strike has Andy Armstrong down 0-2 in the count. Long wait on the bump. Here comes the 0-2. Oh, way high and inside.
Yeah, with 2 strikes, you want to pitch it high. Maybe the guy go for it, but you don't want to throw it behind the batter.
No, not at all.
I hope Andy. Now, Andy's home run was in Gateway. He has yet to get one here in Bossy Field.
The 1-2 bounces in. County evens up.
Yeah, if he only could pull one down here. And get one over that left field wall or fence. That'd be nice.
2 balls, 2 strikes for Andy Armstrong. There's nobody on and 1 out. Otters still searching for some consistent offense and then, more importantly, cashing in on the offense.
Well, we've only had 3 hits, and they've been all singles.
2-2 just misses the high outside corner. The count fills to 3 balls, 2 strikes.
You know, ironically, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th hitters are the ones that have the base hits, and fortunately, only 2 were back to back.
Ball sent right back up the middle, through for a base hit by Andy Armstrong, and he continues what has been a very successful week for him.
Yep.
That'll bring up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, right fielder Elijah McNamee. Big hit, Matt, is certainly due at this point.
Well, I'm going to say, in my opinion, that left fielder, he's moving back now, but I'm going to say he was playing a little short for Armstrong, but he moved back a little for a big hit, Mac.
Armstrong has himself a nice lead over at first. He's breaking towards second. What a break.
And
then McNamee
that's going to score.
Launches one to left field. Goodbye. That is gone.
Big Mac.
Oh, goodness. A booming home run for Elijah McNamee has given the Otters a 2-1 lead.
Yeah. I mean, he launched that. Boy, oh, look at him thanking the good Lord as he's crossing home plate. He's looking up there and saying, thank you, Lord. And there must be some family members right behind home plate because they're all cheering for him. Well, we're cheering for him up here too, Big Mac.
McNamee had 2 on Sunday against Gateway, and he adds another one here on one of the most that's one of the few times a guy has hit a no-doubter at this ballpark.
Right.
I mean, right off the bat, every person in this ballpark knew it was gone.
Right. And
Miles Gordon zooms one towards right field, towards the wall, and it's off the middle of the wall. He's breaking towards second, and it's a stand-up double for him. Told you the Otters just needed to get a couple of things back-to-back, and the crowd is finally alive here at Bosse Field.
yeah, and I think Miles thought that was out of here because he was trotting. And then when he saw it ricochet off the wall, he went in overdrive.
He really got the legs moving there.
Yeah, he might have gotten a triple if he was running full force all the way. Here comes the pitching coach. Oh, boy. Big Mac. Big hit Mac.
I'll tell you what a week it's been for him.
Well, not only is he a great defensive player, now he's turning into an offensive player. He's got to be on the All-Star team.
The estimated distance for his home run, 350 feet to left field.
Good.
Came off the bat at 103 miles an hour.
Good.
Nice to see McNamee keeping alive what has been a fun week of baseball for him. Tell you what, he has absolutely earned the right to stay in that leadoff spot.
Well, you got a good point. Yes.
Incredibly consistent.
Yes.
When the lineup moves around back to the top, he's ready to drive runs in. In fact, McNamee now has 23 RBIs on the season, still not in the top 5 of this team.
But that's still pretty good RBIs.
To have 6 different guys on the team with 20 plus, got to be happy with that.
Right. I'll take a 250, 260 batting average and make him my man if he could hit in at 20, 30, 40, 50 RBIs. I take RBIs over batting average.
J.R. Davis at the plate now with a 1-0 count. Runner at second and just 1 out. He's already 1 for 2 on the day. The 1-0 bounces in. Good stop by Otto.
Well, it seems like Miles could take third if he wanted to, which I hope he doesn't, because let's not stop the rally. You know what I mean? Don't
just
don't put
risk
the
it.
fire out
Yeah.
before the fire company comes.
2 balls, no strikes to J.R. Davis. Hefty swing on the inside. He falls over as he swings.
That was inside, way inside. It's a wonder it didn't hit him. And I think he lost his balance because it was an odd swing.
He was really trying to pull that one to left.
Yes.
So the count stays in his favor, 2-1 overall with 1 out and the runner on second. Here comes the 2-1.
That hit him.
Inside and it hits him.
I swear that hit him.
There's now runners at first and second after the hit by pitch to J.R. Davis.
Yes, he was. Wait a minute.
That'll bring up the first baseman, Steven Sinsley, who's 1 for 2 in the game.
Okay, he was hit. Yes. Okay.
First baseman, number 21, Steven
Otters have turned this game around just like that, the way they did it all weekend at Gateway. You know, sit back and follow your starting pitcher for a couple innings and then bang, hit him right in the mouth and grab the lead. A pitching change is going to be needed for this Schaumburg team. We'll let you know who's coming in for them right after this on the Otters Digital Network. The Otters lead by 1 after a 2-run shot from Elijah McNamee. And we continue here in the bottom half of the fifth. The Otters have scored a couple of runs and have taken the lead. It's going to force Juan Pichardo to come into the game for the Schaumburg Boomers. The lefty stands 6'1", 175, appearing in his 17th game this evening, an ERA just under 6.0.
Wow.
This call of the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs.
The 6 ERA is kind of high. 4 is high enough, but 6.
Last year, Pichardo played for the Fort Myers Mighty Muscles. The double steal, the throw out to second almost hits Pichardo in the helmet, and because the ball rolled away, Davis is in safely. So it'll be a double stolen base there.
He would have been out at second base if he didn't drop that ball. But the Otters got a break, and that's what you need to win.
And now Sinsley's got an opportunity with 1 out and runners on second and third. The 1-0 stays high, and Sinsley goes further ahead in this count, 2-0.
Yeah,
Otters
fly ball could bring us a run in.
The 2-0 for Steven Sinsley.
Strike.
Called strike on the outside edge. And his count comes a little closer, 2-1 now. Pichardo, the lefty, taking his time up there on the bump. On the way, the 2-1 is a ball high. Looked close enough that it could have been called a strike even.
But he let that go real high off his delivery.
Sinsley looking at a 3-1 pitch on the way home towards him. Called strike on the outside edge. Huge RBI chance for the first baseman, Steven Sinsley. The 3-2. Way outside. The bases are loaded after the walk to Steven Sinsley.
That's a deer head.
Well, if Baez is going to hit one of his long fly balls to left center, now would be a good time. But it's got to be deep enough for the. Now that's what happened last week when Big Mac was trying to throw the runner out at home, and he took his eyes off the runner of the ball, and that was his first ever of the year. Oh my God!
5 straight runners have reached base here in the 5th inning. Jeffrey Baez at the plate now. Pushes one towards the right side and foul.
Construction. Choose the best.
And he will reset before getting back in the box. If they're able to have him up next, George Khalil's on deck. The first baseman, Davidson, is standing on the infield grass.
Well, if he got a ground ball, you go back to home to first. That's the play.
Count evens up at 1-1 for Jeffrey Baez. He's ready at home. Oh, it's on the way. It's lifted high back over the top of the roof here. It's a 1-2 count. Juan Pichardo trying to get out of this opportunity. Baez taking his time getting back into the box. Otters have 3 grand slams on the year. One of them does belong to Jeffrey Baez. The 1-2 works high and inside, and his count evens up.
Yep, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 3 men on, and 1 out. It's no 2-2-2-2.
Defense is playing straight up, almost a double play positioning. And the outfield is pretty deep, all things considered.
And playing straight away.
The 2-2 up high, and Jeffrey Baez has worked himself to a full count.
And the runners will not be running on a 3-2 count because there's only 1 out. And what's the umpire coming over to the dugout for?
Asking for new balls, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Count is still full for Jeffrey Baez. The bases are loaded with 1 out.
This is a big pitch right here, Matthew. I think the ball game rests on this pitch right now.
A 3-2 to Baez. Cranked out to left center field. Chasing back is Malazzo. Towards the wall. Gone!
Slam.
The second grand slam of 2022 for Jeffrey Baez has blown this game open. It makes this Otters squad so dangerous. They can sit back in the shadows. You get to these middle innings and bang, they strike right at you. It's a 6-1 advantage for the Otters.
That's like you're playing an offensive game, but until you get slapped in the face, then you don't retaliate.
I tell you what, the one that is at the front of the high five line as everyone's coming back into the dugout is Ryan O'Reilly saying, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now here comes the Australian. Now you kept saying when you're on the road, he's a tall man and the strike zone is kind of limited. He has to bend over. And every time I hear you say it on the road, I say, well, how about Ripken? You know, Ripken was a shortstop. He was over 6 foot. And I go back to my days of scouting the International League when Ripken Cal was a shortstop and they didn't know whether to play him at third or short. And they decided, leave him at short. But turned out to be Baltimore was right. One of the great shortstops of our time.
1-1 works inside for ball 2.
And then you look at that 6-footer, Ted Williams. He never bent over. He knew what that strike zone was.
2-1 is the count for George Khalil. Pitch is on the way. It's called strike 2.
What you got to do is just lower your bat, bend those knees a little.
Trust the bat to do its job.
That's right.
2-2 is the count. Juan Pichardo sends it home. Pushed out towards right center field,
double.
down for a base hit.
That's a double.
Khalil rounding first.
That's a double.
Puts on the brakes, and he's going to head back to first. Would have been a close play at second. He values staying safe. And since the first out of the inning to Justin Felix, the last 7 Otters have reached, including 2 home runs. They've scored 6 runs in the inning.
Now you look at Schaumburg and you look over at their coaching staff and you say, should we have yanked that pitcher maybe an inning before, or should we have left him in? This guy's come in and the Otters have been bang, 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 bang.
Anthony Torrelas at the plate now. So far in the game, 0 for 2.
Ooh.
A half swing is a called strike 1. His last time up, he had the bases loaded in front of him with 2 outs, and he grounded right at the third baseman Hart, who just stepped on first.
It was a shot.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was
he got
a
a hold of it.
It was a shot at third base. 1 hop.
The 0-1 to Torrelas. Lets that one stay low and inside for ball 1. Count evens up.
Yeah.
He's got an explosive bat. He can turn quick on the ball, and that's led to his couple home runs and lots of base hits.
Yeah.
Out of Loyola, Pennsylvania, the 1-1 to Anthony Torrelas. Hefty swing, bit behind the fastball, 1-2.
Where in Pennsylvania?
Loyola. Not sure where that's at.
I didn't recognize that. Years ago, Pennsylvania was one of my states I had a scout. One of the best.
Ball is skied foul to the right side. Chasing after it is Davidson towards the wall, and it drops right before he can get to it. Loyola, Pennsylvania, tiny little place, just a few miles outside of Lancaster.
Oh, Lancaster. Okay.
So pretty much dead center.
Pennsylvania had the greatest American Legion program. They had the West, where the final game, championship game, would be in Forbes Park, and then the East game would be in the Philadelphia Philly Park. And if you were a scout and you were in the summer, you saw every baseball prospect in Pennsylvania following that American Legion tournament.
The 1-2 to Torrelas. A half swing, stayed inside, and his count evens up at 2-2.
A great program for a baseball scout.
Runner on first is George Khalil after his hard hit single. Now Anthony Torrelas trying to help keep this long 5th inning alive. The 2-2. Zoomed out to left center field.
That might be out of
Wiley
here.
towards the
That
wall.
might be out of here.
Gone. 3 home runs in the inning, and it's the 3rd professional homer for Anthony Torrelas, and it's 8-1 Otters, just like that.
Well, listening to you up here and on the internet, you were one of the first men to really recognize this guy's talent. You said he belonged there in third. He was a great defensive player. Now he's a great offensive player. So if I was Andy, I'm not, but if I was Andy, nobody else would play third base right now for the rest of the year.
I mean, until he proves you wrong, and he just hasn't.
That's right.
The night he has a tough night offensively, he backs it up on defense. And the nights he has good defensive outings, well, he's still playing good offensively.
Yeah.
First pitch to Justin Felix. It's a called strike one. It's Felix's second at-bat in the inning. He was the first out of the inning. Then all 8 of the other Otters have touched home plate.
Yeah.
And now here we are again at Justin Felix. The 0-1 stays low, and it's evened up. Defense is playing straight up all the way around, just praying for one out here. Another arm is warming up for Schaumburg, it looks like.
I would have someone warming up, I'll tell you that right now.
The 0-2. Felix pushes one foul.
I mean, this guy's got a good arm, but they're hitting the heck out of him. Now, that doesn't mean he's not a good pitcher. It just means he's having a bad night.
Well, and the Otters have struggled against lefties this year. That's just the fact. But not this inning. 2 home runs off of him.
Yeah.
A couple of base hits. Counts at 1-2 for Justin Felix. It's on the way. Oh, boy. I thought for sure that was going to be a called strike 3.
Well, we got 3 home runs this inning.
Yeah, 2 against the lefty as well.
Oh, yes, 2 against this guy, yeah. Because I'm counting big hit Max, the one that put us ahead 2-1.
Yeah, we can't forget about that one.
Yeah.
2-2 to Justin Felix. Hefty swinging strike 3, and it's out number 2 of the inning. Justin Felix is the only one who's been out in this inning. And it's the 4th strikeout of the day for the Schaumburg Boomers, the first one of the day for Pichardo.
Well, here comes Big Andy, and he let it off with that single up the middle.
And it wasn't a hard hit single. It was just pushed it right back up the middle and got himself on base.
Right.
McNamee said, "I got you, bud," and brought him home.
I bet this pitcher's saying, umpire, give me a break. Call them strikes instead of balls. Give me a break.
First pitch is ball 1. The 1-0 headed home towards Armstrong. Cranks one foul to the right side with just a bit behind it. Man, it just makes this Otters team terrifying to see on the schedule when they can do this to you.
Well, if the Otters were to win tonight and Washington was to lose, there's a good chance that after this series is over, the Otters could be back in first place.
Hefty swinging strike 2 as Armstrong down 1-2 in the count. Love that segue for you. We'll walk through the Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard as we continue through things here. The 1-2 to Armstrong. Sent towards the left side. Very weakly. The
base
throw
hit.
to first.
That's a base hit. He saw it. Safe. Get
Long
done right.
wait for the first base umpire Brendan Spivak to call it, but it is a infield single for Andy Armstrong.
I don't know why that umpire hesitated. There was no doubt he was safe.
Drama. It's just all for the drama.
Oh.
Had to raise the suspense a little bit.
Playing theater like we're on Broadway.
Yes. Brings up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Elijah McNamee. His last time up was this exact scenario, runner on first.
Right.
And he put one over the left field wall for a solo home run. It was a no-doubter also. First pitch to Armstrong. Hefty swing on a pitch inside for strike 1. Trois-Rivières defeated Empire State 9-2 today. Ottawa defeated New Jersey 4-1. Like I mentioned earlier, Quebec and Tri-City postponed. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. Lake Erie defeated Florence 4-3 on the road. 0-1 to McNamee, sent on the ground towards Craig to second for the one they need, and that will end the half inning. You'll have to wait till next half inning to hear what the Washington Wild Things score is. We have played 5, and now the Otters lead 8-1 after an explosive offensive inning. We're back right after this.
Seen a lot of catchers do that.
To the top of the sixth we go. Otters now lead by 8. Tell you what, they hid in the shadows till it was their time and exploded for some offense.
I'll tell you, they did explode. It was like the atomic bomb, you know.
In that inning alone, they scored 8 runs on 7 hits.
Yeah, but 3 of those hits were home runs.
First pitch strike to Mike Hart, who's 1 for 2 on the day with a double and a strikeout.
Well, you could say Big Mac's hit was the key hit, putting the Otters ahead 2-1. And then it was Bias's grand slam that kind of closed the door.
Well, and if this is the score that holds to the end, the only one that mattered was Elijah McNamee's go-ahead.
Exactly.
The 0-2 to Mike Hart. Swinging strike.
Tag him. That's it.
Well, he tagged him, but Hart didn't want to be tagged. Kind of pushed the glove away. It's strike number 1, or out number 1, on the 4th German American Bank strikeout of the game for Ryan O'Reilly.
Beneath Santiago, the San Diego Padre catcher that was the first to start throwing runners out from his knees, had a great arm. And in spring training in 1984, a play similar to that, he jumped up and he fired a shot down to first base. And he came back to the bench, and I said, don't ever do that again. Oh, if the batter's still standing there, tag him. Don't take the chance to throw it wild. Guess what his comment was? Me got great arm. Me got great arm. Yes.
Hefty swing from Davidson. He's down 0-2 in the count. Davidson's last time up, he had a RBI double that for a while looked like it could have been the run that decided the game.
Well, that's what I thought. And he jumps when he swings. He leaves his feet.
The 0-2 sent foul back towards the netting. He was really late to that ball.
Right. To end the story about Benito, in 1985, we won it in 84. In 85, we were winning, going down to the championship. We had a few mishaps. And we were playing the Giants, and it was the same situation, only Benito threw it in right field. And we lost the game. We lost the playoffs by a half a game. Take the game that Benito threw it in right field with the runner scoring, we might have been in the playoffs again.
An 0-2 just misses the high outside corner. Davidson advances to a 1-2 count. O'Reilly very close to his 3rd straight strikeout.
Well, I would say throw it down by his knees.
The 1-2.
Tie up that right-hand swing. Oh.
Well, he threw towards the knees, but it got near the knees after the bounce.
Yes.
The count evens up at 2-2.
I mean, the way this guy swings, he's not going to get that bat down that fast.
And if he does, it's going way foul.
Exactly.
2 balls, 2 strikes to the first baseman, Braxton Davidson.
Yeah, he overpowered his last double.
Pitch on the way.
There it is, yep.
He's able to stay disciplined, and the count is now full.
Yeah, O'Reilly just had it too far inside.
(3-2) is the count for Braxton Davidson. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 6th inning. It's nodded on from O'Reilly. Here comes the 3-2. Crank down the first base side, past Sinsley, and it'll be a 1-out base hit for the Boomers. He got good contact there.
He did, because it was over the plate, and he got good wood on it. I was going to say, but I wasn't sure, that O'Reilly started the first 2 innings. His best pitch was his off-speed curveball. Now he's relying more on his fastball. And to Davidson, I would have given him that off-speed on that 3-2 count. The way he was swinging, he probably would have jumped off the bench. Now there's that pitch.
Solis is a called strike 1 on the inside edge.
That's the pitch we were talking about. That was his best pitch earlier in the game.
The runner at first is Braxton Davidson. Not necessarily a stolen base threat over there. The 0-1. Called strike high inside.
Well,
and Solis is down 0-2 in the count.
if Davidson was to steal second, I'd say he ought to see a psychiatrist. If they're down by 7 runs, his run don't mean a thing. And he don't look like he's a rabbit.
The 0-2 swinging strike 3 on a pitch that broke low and away. And it's the 5th German American Bank strikeout for Ryan O'Reilly. All O'Reilly needed was a little bit of run support, and he settled in beautifully.
Yeah. You know, you said it earlier in the program, the Otters have been getting outstanding starting pitching. And this O'Reilly's making you look good in your comments.
Well, it's one of the things I have in my game notes for the other broadcasters around the league when it comes to Ryan O'Reilly. And I have it sitting right here. Has not received good run support. And in the games he has received run support, he succeeds. In fact, in his first 4 games, the Otters only scored a combined 9 runs of support for him. You support your starting pitcher, and he does this for you.
Well, didn't you say something similar the other night when Adcock was pitching?
Yeah.
You know, doing a pretty good job, but you need offense to go with your good pitching.
A 1-0 to Jordan Wiley. Right back up the middle. A huge hop picked up by Armstrong. He'll go to first for the one they need. And that will end this top of the 6th inning. Otters settling in nicely in this one. They lead 8-1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Tanner Shears on the mound to kick off this bottom of the 6th inning. Shears is a righty standing 6'3", 205. Played for the Chicago Dogs earlier this season of the American Association. Just his 3rd appearance tonight with the Schaumburg Boomers. ERA at 4.5. Apologize there. This call to bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Shears on the mound. Odo behind the plate. The pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call. It's 812-475-9000. You might hear in the background here some fireworks starting to go off around Evansville. Everyone using up the extras from last night, I guess.
Center fielder, number 6, Miles.
Speaking of fireworks, the Otters once again brought it in that last half inning. 3 big shots. They're up 8-1 as they head back to the batter's boxes. Miles Gordon will lead off this inning.
We're not having fireworks after the game tonight, are we?
No, just during the game.
Okay,
Yeah.
because we've already had them in that last inning.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are fireworks on Saturday night, a league of their own night here from the ballpark. They're going to do specialty jerseys, a hat giveaway, a ton planned for Saturday
Oh,
night.
really? Is Tom Hanks going to be here?
Unconfirmed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not
Possible.
sure.
You're
Yeah.
waiting. You're waiting for.
Yeah, waiting to hear from the agent.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. His publicist.
We had to hear from Wilson first.
Oh, okay. Because he was the one that said ball players don't cry, wasn't it?
Yeah. First two pitches to Gordon are outside for balls 1 and 2. He's ahead in the count.
Yeah, my wife came out. They used to have extras, you know. People used to show up and they'd be the extras. And my wife showed up like 6 in the morning and got outfitted, and it just rained and rained and rained all day. And finally, they called it. So my wife never was in the film.
2-1 count for Gordon. After the strike inside. His last time up, he had a double, was brought home on the grand slam from Baez.
Yeah.
Pitch gets away from Tanner Shears. He's down in the count 3-1. Long wait there on the bump for Shears. The 3-1 sent foul to the left side. Shears was obtained in a trade with the Chicago Dogs on June 14th. So he obviously has not been with this squad too long. Made his Schaumburg debut on June 14th. Worked a scoreless inning at Gateway on June 21st. That's been the highlight of his time here with the Schaumburg Boomers. He struck out 52 in 32 innings as a sophomore at Modesto Junior College with an ERA of 1.38.
Had pretty good pitching there.
A 3-2. Gordon to the right side, down for a base hit.
Could be
Into
a
right
double.
center field. He's rounding
Could be
first.
a double. Oh.
Puts the brakes on. It would have been a close play there at second.
Well, anyway, it's a base hit for Gordon. That's his third hit of the night. I'll tell you what, his batting average is going up. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely it is. J.R. Davis to follow. He's 1 for 2. A fielder's choice, a single, and a hit by pitch. He scored his last time. Earned a stolen base as well as him and Gordon executed the double steal. He just about got tossed out there at second.
Yes. Well, you know, there's something about the runner that's on first base that's a double steal. And you look at the logic of what I'm saying. You're on first. The runner's on second. He's going to third on the steal. I'm going to second on the steal. The catcher's going to throw it to third base. So therefore, I just glide into second. I don't run hard. And then all of a sudden, here comes the catcher. He throws it to second and not to third. And what happens? You're thrown out.
Davis takes a pitch high and inside, and I'll echo what I've said just about every game because it happens almost every game.
Right.
J.R. Davis seems to always be taking a pitch high and inside in the game that he has to get his helmet out of the way of.
Yeah.
Looking at a 2-0 count, Miles Gordon stands on first with no outs. The 2-0, push to the right side, foul will get out of play.
You know, the ruling should be never glide, always hustle, because you don't know what's going to happen. Except if you're Big Mac out there in the outfield, you can glide because he knows exactly where the ball is before he started running.
2-1 count to J.R. Davis. Pitch on the way. Called strike 2 on the inside. That's one of the nicest pitches we've seen from Tanner Shears thus far.
Yes, that was a beauty.
No one warming up for Schaumburg, and you know this is a tough situation for him. Game 1 of a 3-game set. Both teams are in the middle of a 13 games and 13 days stretch, so you've got to manage the bullpen well. Hard to tell what we might see in the rest of this game. If you're Schaumburg, you don't want to be using too many arms in a game that might not mean too much.
How many times have you ever seen, and this is, I don't recall it happening in the majors, but in the minor leagues, you take an infielder or an outfielder and he finishes up an inning or two to save your bullpen.
3-2 to Davis, a sent foul right back over the top of things. And we actually saw it at Lake Erie a couple of weeks ago. Lake Erie pitched their first baseman against us when we were down by 9. We scored a couple of runs to bring it a little bit closer, but of course it didn't end up mattering in the grand scheme of things.
Charlie Finley back years and years ago, Campanis, I believe it was, is the only man that ever played all nine positions in a game. Every inning he was played a different position.
The 3-2 to Davis. Cranked foul. The pitch was high and inside, and he was just trying to keep himself defensive.
Right.
I like that swing. He was scared he was going to get a called strike too far high and inside, and he didn't want to risk it.
Right. It was a quick bat and a defensive swing. You're right. Bert Campaneris was a shortstop normally.
3 balls, 2 strikes for J.R. Davis. A glance over to first where Gordon has a good lead, the 3-2. Swinging strike 3, and Davis will sit down via the first strikeout for Tanner Shears in the game. And he turns around and asks the home plate umpire, Matt Beaver, should I have swung at that?
And if the umpire was honest, he said, you shouldn't have, son. That was a ball.
Steven Sinsley at the plate now. He walked his last time up and was part of the grand slam coming home. It was his team leading 21st walk.
I played against a guy named Jim Hickman. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He ended his career with maybe 10 years playing with the Chicago Cubs. Center fielder, good power. And I played against him in the minor leagues, and he'd be up there, and the umpire would call a pitch that would, it might be questionable. And
first pitch bounces in. Gordon going towards second. The throw's on the wrong side of the base, and he'll be in safely.
Anyway, Hickman would turn around to the umpire, and he'd say, that was a bad call. And he'd turn to me, and he'd say, catch, where was it? I'd say, you're having a bad night, Jim. That was right down the middle. He would get so flustered. If you rolled the ball the next 2 times, he'd swing. The umpire would get him so. But I would agree with the umpire. I'd say, oh, it's right down the middle. You always got to defend the umpire.
1-0 count for Steven Sinsley. He's got a runner out there at second. Pitch coming home.
Ooh.
Stays inside for ball 2.
That looked good.
Otters have a cool event going on tomorrow from 10 a.m. to about 11:30. The Otters are going to be helping out with a Habitat for Humanity work project tomorrow morning. Habitat for Humanity is part of the sponsorship later this week, and the Otters players and coaches are going to go help out tomorrow morning just a few miles from here from about 10 to 11:30. If you keep an eye on the Otters social media, you'll be able to see some photos from the event. Just another opportunity for the Otters to get back to the town that they love and play in.
The community, yes.
Yeah.
And it's a good program. In fact, one of the houses is named after my brother-in-law and me because of we had donated and done so much for them earlier with the Tri-State Hot Stove League. And they built the house off, not Green River Road. It might have been Green River Road, way out by the interstate. And Don Mattingly was there. And hit him.
Sinsley works inside. It hit him. He's frustrated.
Yeah.
There's runners on first and second with just 1 out.
And I also was on several roofs with them as a participant. And they feed you as well. You know, you get there and they got coffee and donuts for you, and you climb a ladder, get on the roof, throw a few nails in, and then comes lunch, and they serve a pretty good lunch. So it's a fruitful day and a fruitful charitable organization.
And the Otters have proven many times in the last couple of years that they like to find ways to give back to the community they play in. This community supports them so well. They try to find ways to support the community. First pitch to Baez, grounded towards the left side. Tough play for Hart. To second for 1, to first in time, and a double play ends this one. We head to the 7th. Otters lead by 7. Frontier League Baseball on Flow Sports is presented by Budweiser, the king of beers. And you know what? Frontier League Baseball on Flow Sports is also sponsored by Old National Bank, your bank for Evansville, your bank for life. To the top of the seventh we go. Ryan O'Reilly heads back out on the mound, and why not? He's pitched pretty well. He has lots of insurance to help him out. Probably his last inning of work, though, as he is at 94 pitches, and he hasn't got to work his pitch count up very high this year yet.
Well, I'm a believer of if the guy's doing well, leave him out there. I don't care if he's throwing 120 pitches. So what? They're men. They're not 5 or 6 year olds that they're in the development stage. These guys are developed already.
First pitch to O'Reilly, called strike one on the high outside corner, and that was the case a couple of weeks ago when he had his best start of the season. They listened to you and kept him in because he was pitching well. He threw 124 pitches. He got the win, allowing 2 runs in 7 innings of work.
Well, I hope they're listening to me again tonight.
A swinging strike 2 has him ahead in the count 0-2.
It's like I read your comments about the pitcher the other night. That was the second complete game he had. That means a lot to a pitcher, throwing the 9 innings.
And he's in the press box with us tonight as well.
Right.
He was named the Frontier League's Pitcher of the Week on Monday.
And that means a lot to them. I mean, it's like hitting a grand slam. It's a big deal.
Well, because it shows that your coaching staff has faith in you.
Well, when I was scouting the major leagues, one of the things that was always in my report.
1-2 to Nick Odo, driven out towards right center field. Gordon on his horse brings it in.
He caught that.
What a long run, and the fireworks go off for it.
I thought that was a double. I was going to say, when I was scouting in the major leagues, and I'd make out my report on the team, and the pitchers, I'd say, capable of going 200 innings. And that's a big deal in the major leagues. How many pitchers throw 200 innings for the whole season? Not many. Because 90, you better get him on there. Don't hurt his arm. 90 pitches, so he's not going to have a complete game.
First pitch to Brett Milazzo. Outside ball 1, just worked outside. It's a competitive pitch there. Again, we want to thank everyone for their patience this evening. Having a little bit of issues with our internet providers, area-wide outages. So because of that, our internet's been a little in and out. So our Flow Sports broadcast has had some interruptions. A reminder, if you are listening there and you want to be able to listen error-free, hop over to the Otters Digital Network here on YouTube. The audio-only version of the game that's available for free is working fine this evening, and you can listen there as well. Again, we thank you for your patience as we work with something that's a bit out of our control.
Is that the TV stations, or is that the, what do you call it, the satellite?
That's the internet provider struggling to get the coverage out there.
Right, that's what I meant, the provider, yeah.
3-1 is the count for Brett Milazzo. He's got nobody on and 1 out already here in the inning. Kicked and delivered from O'Reilly. Up high for ball 4. And it's a 1-out walk for Milazzo and the Boomers.
And we're in the 7th inning. And I'd go 8 and see how he's doing. But right now, I would be warming someone up as well. As we've said so many times, having a pitcher warm up doesn't mean he has to win the game.
Ask and ye shall receive. Tyler Spring pops up, and he's going to start throwing down there in the right field bullpen.
Okay.
First pitch to the leadoff hitter, Clint Hardy. Called strike on the inside edge.
Yeah.
Well, when O'Reilly bounces back after that walk and throws that pitch.
Well, again, he's going back to the pitches that he was effective in the early innings, and that's his breaking pitch.
The 0-1 towards Clint Hardy.
There it is again.
Zoom down to the left field. Biles will run over and pick it up, and the runners will not advance past first and second.
Wow, that is Give Baez credit out there to hold him to a single. That was a double easily.
And now Tyler Springs starting to warm a little bit quicker out there in right field.
Now, that was his breaking pitch, but he hung it. So, that it was a good pitch, but it just stayed up there in the across the letter area too long, and that's why it was a hard drive down the left field line.
Alec Craig at the plate now. He's reached in 2 of his 3 appearances, but is still 0-2 because his 2 reaches were a hit by pitch and a fielder's choice. He tried stealing second his last time out there. Well, Justin Felix said, no, you don't.
Well, I think he slid into the tag. Rather than being tagged, he slid into it.
First pitch is high outside, ball 1 to Craig.
Yeah.
There's runners on first and second with 1 out. Otters, as expected, playing at about double play depth.
Double play gives out of the inning.
O'Reilly ready on the 1-0. Here comes the pitch. Called, strike 1. O'Reilly has those bright white glasses that he wears up there on the mound. Makes them easy to differentiate. Basically, they're just a pair of athletic prescription glasses. The 1-1 on the way home to Alec Craig. Just a bit high for ball 2.
So they're not glasses that he needs. They're just.
No, they are glasses he needs. They're prescription.
Oh, they are prescription glasses.
But they're
okay.
not sunglasses. They're regular standard glasses. They're just made athletically molded so that they aren't sticking off his face or anything.
Okay.
They stay on when he runs and stuff.
Misunderstood you. Okay.
2-1 coming home. Called, strike 2 on the outside edge. That's a nice pitch to back it up with.
Yeah.
Couple of exciting matchups later in the week. Aaron Glickstein will throw for the Boomers tomorrow against Parker Brahms, who has been amazing to watch up on the mound.
Yeah, he got quite a few strikeouts that he brought.
And then on Thursday, Kyle Arjona and Austin Gossman will duke it out. The 2-2 to Alec Craig. Right back up the middle to O'Reilly. He misplays it for a second.
Take your
The throw to
time.
first. Not in time. And they will say the runner is safe. The bases are loaded now. J.R. Davis with his hands over his head in the dugout. He can't believe it.
I thought he had him myself, but again, it could have been a bang-bang play, and we're up here. We have a different view.
Yeah, O'Reilly just shuffled it a little too much there as he was picking it up. I think he was worried about trying to grab it and get it to second, and because of it, he lost his opportunity.
Right. You go for the out. You don't.
Just tried to pick it up too quick.
Right.
Bases are now loaded with 1 out. Just saw a thumbs up from Samson Abernathy down there in the right field bullpen area. It seems as Tyler Spring is good to go. First pitch to Matt Botcher.
Strike.
Ooh,
yeah,
called strike 1 against a dangerous hitter in Matt Botcher. He's got 25 RBIs on the year. It's second most on the team.
Yeah, but he didn't he strike him out the last time at bat?
He did indeed.
Yep.
0-1 the count with bases loaded and 1 out. O'Reilly fires home on the 0-1.
Ooh.
Swinging strike 2 was fouled back past Felix's glove in between his legs. Looked like it went off the inner leg. He's down 0-2 in the count.
That's a type of swing and chip off that bat is how catchers break their fingers, because you got your glove there and here it comes, and then it just changes the trajectory by being hit with the bat, slight, and there it goes, your finger is split or broke.
The 0-2 to Matt Botcher. Riley sends it home. Sent out towards left.
Foul.
Just foul.
Hey, foul. My God,
Had he put that one down the left field line, 2 surely would have scored.
And it was slicing all the time. Foul, foul, foul.
Count remains at 0-2 for Matt Botcher. the Frontier League's top batting average. The 0-2. Right back. Oh, it almost went back up the middle, went off the foot of Botcher. And instead of going up, it bounced once in front and then took a hard right turn towards the right side.
And he didn't give his hand signal. So as a traffic officer, I didn't know whether he was turning or not. That's before your time, before they had those signals on the steering wheel. We used to have to put our arms out to indicate what kind of turn we were making.
The 0-2 to Matt Botcher. O'Reilly has his sign. And will deliver on the 0-2 once again.
Yeah.
Misses high outside for ball one.
Yeah.
And there's a collective groan around Bosse Field.
I'm going to break one off by his knee. His back knee, left knee. For a swing, a golf swing, and missing.
O'Reilly taking his time up there on the bump, has to re-go through the signs. Now he nods his head. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases are loaded with 1 out.
Infield got to be ready for the DP.
The 1-2 again stays a bit high outside. The count's even at 2-2. And again, we get a groan from Bosse Field. Not the biggest crowd of the season, not by a far margin, but the fans that are here are trying to will the Otters on.
Well, they're getting their money's worth. It's an exciting ball game. And those tacos are delicious.
The 2-2 to Botcher.
Yep, that's
Called
the one
strike
I want.
3.
Yep, that's the pitch I wanted.
Home plate umpire Matt Beaver says, I gave you 2 of them. That one was surely a called strike, and still arguing is Matt Botcher at the plate. Now he's finally walking off. Still giving some comments. Finally made it back to the dugout. It's out number 2, and it's the 6th German-American Bank strikeout for Ryan O'Reilly.
And somebody else must be saying something from the dugout. There he is. Who it
there it
is.
is.
He's gone.
We've got someone tossed. I'm wondering if it's Botcher. We don't know exactly who. Must be Botcher, because now he's coming running.
I know the umpire turned around, said something, and then went back to his position. And I guess Botcher must have kept it up.
Tony Medina, the hitting coach, was trying to hold him back and likely helped walk him back to the dugout as well.
Well, didn't I hear you say that it's $25 now to be thrown out of the game?
So. But it does believe it is indeed Matt Botcher who got tossed out. Yes, it is. Okay. So we'll see a new DH the next time they come around.
If they get a chance.
If we get back to that point. Now here's a note. Schaumburg faced this same home plate umpire, Matt Beaver, twice in their 4-game set this weekend, and their head man got tossed in the final game. So it's believed that they had to have a talk with the players that we're going to have the same guy we had last night. We know we had frustrations with him last night. Got to keep things under wrap.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, let's put our banner, our Otter banner away and say we're just fans coming into the game. If anyone wants to argue, that was a beautiful strike. Inside corner strike. Why? I think he was embarrassed more so by getting called out. So he had to defend his character, but it cost him $25.
Well, and he had 2 plays back-to-back that were close balls that were called, so he had some extra tries.
Right.
But regardless, it's a strikeout and a toss-out for him.
And there was the same pitch now to this batter, and he just got called a strike. So Butcher's argument was null and void.
Mike Hart at the plate now, looking at a 1-1 count. Pitch is on the way.
Strike.
Ooh, big curveball fell in on the outside edge.
That's the pitch.
Yeah.
But it's got to be lower. You can't have it that.
Yeah, there's some guys who will really make you pay for that one.
That's right. I mean, that was that shot down the left field line before. It was a hanging curveball. Keep it low.
Bases are loaded.
Two
1-2
strikes.
the count. And calling time is Mike Hart at the plate. I think, of course, I don't know what's in his head. I think he called time to let the fireworks get done. There's someone just outside the ballpark shooting off fireworks out there,
Oh,
and it's making so much noise out there. I bet he was just trying to refocus himself.
okay. Good explanation.
That's why there's so much smoke flying across the
yes,
field right
I was
now.
looking at that myself.
The 1-2
Ooh.
sent foul back towards the netting. That's a good defensive play there.
Yes, that was a strike. And at the last minute, he decided to swing and got it halfway around. And as you said, good defense. A swing.
Dakota Phillips is still a part of this game. He is tossing out the extra balls every time a foul ball gets out of play.
Keeping his arm in shape.
The home plate umpire, Matt Beaver, is not holding any extra in his pouch. So, yeah, just like you said, Phillips keeping the arm going. The 1-2 bounces in. Good stop from Felix. That certainly saved a run.
I will agree with you. I will agree with you. Oh, yeah, and his arm's not in the swing now. You're right. I wonder if he's going to get bat boy.
Bases are loaded. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A huge pitch for Ryan O'Reilly. To slam his foot down, keep this game where it's at. Long wait finally nods, and time is called. Two is the count. Now time is called to let the fireworks go off real quick. Two balls, 2 strikes for Mike Hart. Pitch on the way. Stays inside, and the count's full. And Ryan O'Reilly is going to get to prove himself on a payoff pitch with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Huge opportunity here. Tyler Spring looks ready to go out there in right field, and he could very well be coming in the next inning.
Well, let's hope this is strike 3.
Pitch number 118 of the day for Ryan O'Reilly on the 3-2. It stays low, ball 4,
Okay.
and he'll walk a runner in.
All right. Don't make any. I mean, it's not that important.
The only one that is really frustrated right now is O'Reilly himself. And Max Peterson's going to have his walk out there. That might be the day for O'Reilly.
Yep,
Indeed, it will be. We'll let you know who's coming in for him. A little bit more about him right after this. The Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. Otters lead by 6. Tyler Spring concluding his warm-up right now. Spring will come in out of the bullpen, 6'6", 210 up there on the mound. In his second year with the Otters out of Wiggins, Mississippi. This is his 11th appearance of the year. And in fact, it is the first time that Spring has made an appearance since the 24th of June, almost 2 weeks since the last time he last threw.
And it looked like he got a couple extra warm-up pitches. I mean, you're only allowed so many. And it looked like he exceeded that, but you and I are not umpiring.
Let's go to the bullpens presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Spring on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. First pitch to Davidson. I tell you, he wanted to make this a new ball game with one swing of the bat.
And he went after a pitch that was a ball high. So he's telling you he's going for the distance. So therefore, hey, help him out. Throw him high.
The eyes are filled with glory there a little bit.
Yeah.
0-1 count, bases loaded, 2 outs. Spring fires at home, way outside.
Yeah, that was a little wild, I'll say that.
Otters infield playing very deep, just trying to give themselves extra range. You can get an out at any inning, at any base.
Force at any base. Okay.
Defense in the outfield is playing straight up at normal distance. A 1-1 pitch to Braxton Davidson.
Ooh.
Inside, ball 2. Had to hop out of the way a little bit there.
That was his breaking pitch there, and okay, we can't play games. There's nowhere else to put him.
Spring is at a 2-1 count here.
You know he's going for the distance. You know that. So give him that high pitch right there.
2-1,
Yeah,
it's fouled back towards the netting. The thing that Spring can do the most is because he's 6'6", and because his release is so high, he has so much horizontal movement or vertical movement.
Well, again, he's going to chase those high pitches. Give them to him. Of course, within the strike zone, not wild pitches.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases are loaded. Tyler Spring looking to finish off this half inning. The 2-2. Swinging strike 3. And a German-American bank strike ends the top half of the 7th inning. Time to stretch from Evansville. Otters lead by 6. To the bottom of the 7th inning we go. And Tanner Shears is going to remain on the mound for the Schaumburg Boomers. Well, the Boomers were able to grab 1 run with a bases loaded scenario, but tell you what, Tyler Spring did his job, got that strikeout, ended things right where they were and
We do have
keeps
new
the Otters
catcher
up
for
6.
Schaumburg.
I'll go agree with you on that, Matthew.
In to catch the new battery.
Spring came in and did a great job.
Chris Ruiz is now behind the plate for this Boomers team. Again, it's Chris Ruiz, the 5'10", 195-pound catcher, which means we've got a new pitcher-catcher battery. Shears on the mound, Ruiz behind the plate. Pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. George Khalil, the Australian shortstop, at the plate now. First pitch to him. Ball low and outside.
You know, that must be a long flight from Australia to San Francisco.
The 1-0. Called strike evens the count.
You're over an awful lot of water.
Well, and as you fly back, the date changes over weird because you go over the international date line as well as you come over. So kind of throws you for a loop. A swing at a low outside pitch has it down to a 1-2 count.
Well, Greg Jeltz, who was our manager here for many years, he lived in Australia during the winter. And he used to make that trip every day, every year.
Shears has himself ready for the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Khalil stays disciplined, and the count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I don't know how. I remember Greg used to say he'd leave here, New York, and then he'd go to London, then he'd go to Paris, and he'd go to Rome, and then he'd end up in Australia. But he'd hit all those big countries before he went home.
Swinging and falling to Aeneas Khalil on a 2-2 pitch. He falls down with his second strikeout of the day. The second one for Tanner Shears. That'll bring up the third baseman, Anthony Torrelas, who hit his third professional home run his last time up. A 2-run shot over the Budweiser sign out there. It carried well off the bat.
I'll say it did. And again, I know you're one of his biggest supporters. And I look back at the ones you told me as we began the season. You said, watch this guy, watch that guy. You've done a great job in evaluating and scouting. I'll say that.
First pitch to Torrelas. Ball's inside for ball 1.
You know your ball players.
Well, I think it also belongs a lot of credit to the coaching staff, finding some of these guys who have developed into very good ball players. The 1-0. Torrelas lets it go outside and a bit low as well for 2-0 count. Otters still lead by 6 despite giving up the run in that last half inning. It all came in that 5th inning for him, highlighted by the 3 home runs. 2 balls, no strikes for Anthony Torrelas. Right back up the middle, but it's going to be right towards Milazzo in center. He'll bring it in for out number 2.
You can't hit him any harder than that. And that was pretty solid contact.
It'll bring up Justin Felix, the catcher. On the day, he has 2 strikeouts and a pop-out to his name.
And 1 throw out at second.
Yes, indeed.
He did make a great stop on one of those wild pitches earlier that prevented a runner from scoring. I'll say that too.
Justin Felix ready at the plate. Pitch coming home. Oh my, would have hit Felix in the helmet if he didn't duck under.
Yeah.
Worth noting, after their home runs so far in this game, the Otters have had 46% of their offensive runs come via home run.
For the season?
Yeah, 46%.
Wow.
Talk about leaning on the home run ball. The 1-0 falls outside for ball 2, and they're the only team in the Frontier League that has more home runs than doubles. Two balls, no strikes for Justin Felix. Pitch stays inside for ball 3.
Now, am I correct in saying that what you just said is the Otters have 72 homers, but only 68 doubles?
Yep.
Ah, okay.
75 home runs now, I guess, after the three tonight.
Yes, right.
3-0's outside, and Felix earns himself a 4-pitch walk with 2
That's
outs.
it to your head, sidewalk, cafe, and bar.
That's an interesting statistic you just brought up, Matthew.
It's certainly not often you see a team outpace their doubles with home runs.
Heck no. I mean, we've had some great Otter players that had 30 doubles during the season, and yet only had maybe 5 or 10 home runs.
Well, playing at this ballpark, you expect more doubles.
Yeah, I would, yes. Well, there was twice. You remember I said that's a double, and it got held. The Otters went halfway, then he'd come back. And I remember you said in both cases he might have been thrown out at second if he continued.
There's a quick time taken there as the pitcher, Tanner Shears, ran back towards his dugout and saw his trainer for a second. Seems to be good now, though. I think he was just getting a towel to wipe off the sweat from his face.
Well, here comes the only man that didn't have a home run during the season, and then they got the Gateway, and he blasted a home run. So now you can no longer say he's the only Otter that didn't have a home.
And I was so worried because on Saturday he crushed one to left field and it hit the wall about a foot shy of a home run. The very next night, sent one out to the right side and got it.
So he got a double instead of a home run.
And the double ended up being the game-winning RBI.
Yeah.
So it was still a quality at bat for him.
Right. But another couple feet and it would have been a home run.
Yeah. And I certainly got pretty excited the next night when he got that home run because it was well-deserved and well-earned. He's really worked on it for a while.
And I kept saying, go, 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 go to the ball,
0-2 count for Andy Armstrong with 1 on and 2 out. Pitch on the way, outside ball 1. Armstrong has 2 hits in this ball game, which means 3 of his last 5 games are multi-hit outings. If you had a doubt about the bat of Andy Armstrong, he's proven him wrong, working that average up quickly.
Yeah.
The 1-2. Push to the right side and foul.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Andy could hit 230, 240 with no home runs, and I wouldn't care because he gives you a great glove out there to help defense in the Otter infield.
Well, if in the grand scheme of things, his average is the lowest one on the starting 9, you'll take it.
Yes.
If that's the lowest one,
yeah.
If every single batter in your lineup is batting over 250, you'll take that any day.
Yeah, you're right. This is way, way, way before your time. And, of course, I was a young man myself.
The 2-2 outside. Andy Armstrong has himself out to a full count.
But during the 1940s, every Boston Red Sox player that was a regular batted over 300. Can you believe that? Every player was a batter over 300.
The 3-2 to Andy Armstrong on the way, and it's fouled back into the netting, and he'll live to see another pitch.
Yeah, Ted Williams, Don DiMaggio, Walt Rupo, Bertie Tebbetts, Bobby Doerr, Vern Stevens.
We have a final from Washington, PA. The Wild Things have defeated Windy City 4-1. So even with the Otters winning, it would keep them a game and a half down.
Yeah.
You'll take that at this point of the season, though. A 3-2 to Andy Armstrong on the way. Hit sharply towards the second baseman, Salas. He'll pick it up over to first in time for out number 3. And that ends the 7th inning. Otters are still holding on to a 6-run lead after their explosive 5th. We head to the 8th right after this. As we go to the top of the 8th inning, want to step back over to the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard. Gateway currently holding on to a 7-6 lead at Joliet in the opening game of that series. Trevor Achenbaugh homered earlier in the game to extend his league lead to 16 home runs. He has been fun to watch there for the Grizzlies. Want to take this time to remind you that Frontier League Baseball and Flow Sports is presented by Bud Light. Final throw out to second has us ready to go at the 8th. Tyler Spring returning on the mound for the Otters. Tall socks on a tall man, 6'6" up there on the mound.
How many home runs do you think the Otters would have if they played 50 games in Gateway? Maybe 200?
I tell you what, they'd be at 100 now,
Yeah.
and not at 75.
Yeah.
That ballpark has done a lot of favors for the Otters.
Oh, I tell you, remember before you went there, I said it was a short porch, easy home runs.
Well, it's a tale of two sides of the ballpark because the right side's really easy to hit home runs. That left side has this 18-foot wall that you really have to power over.
Well, isn't that the Gateway office, Frontier office building? Yeah.
Half swing evens the count at 1-1 for William Solis, who is 1 for 3 on the day. Had a single back in the 3rd inning. But on his single, he was trying to drive in a run, and Jeffrey Baez said no thank you and threw a runner out at home. The 1-1 on the way home from Tyler Spring. Pushed out towards right field. McNamee, long run, and brings it in pretty simply for out number 1.
Was that fair or foul? It was close to that line.
Yeah, it was in fair territory.
Was it?
He got a great jump out there.
The human vacuum cleaner out there, I mean, he sucks up everything that's in the air.
As long as his batting average stays where it's at, he is a sure thing for this All-Star game.
I'm going to ask him if he does he clean houses? You know, maybe come over my house with this vacuum and clean up the house.
I don't know if he does that, but I know he gives batting lessons. So if you need to work on the swing a little bit, you can hire him.
Oh.
First pitch on the way to Wiley. Screamed down the right field line, just foul, though.
Oh, okay.
That's part of what he does in the offseason is trains young ball players to kind of work their way up through middle school, high school age.
You know, now that you mentioned teaching hitting, one of my first classes in college, 101, Introduction to Baseball.
Called strike 2 to Wiley on the outside edge.
I was assigned how to teach a bunt. And I said, and this is the way you hold the bat. And the college professor says, wait a minute. You got to tell the kids what the bat is. They don't know what a bat is. Explain the bat before you start. Well, I'll tell you what, I didn't get another word out.
0-2, crank to right field.
That's gone.
McNamee towards the wall, gone.
That is gone.
A moonshot for Jordan Wiley, his second home run. And he will touch them all. The Boomers are within 5.
Yeah, when you see a ball go out that quick. Yeah. And there's the Taco Man. You do a heck of a job. I noticed you're out there with the golf. You know, the next thing you'll be doing is dragging the infield. Great job, Taco Man.
370 feet on that home run, 103 mile an hour off the bat, and I believe it.
Chris Ruiz.
You know, we've got some great people that work up here with the Otters. You know, yourself and the Taco Man and the birthday guy.
First pitch to Chris Ruiz.
Base
hit
hit.
Torrance
Ooh.
Khalil, and he'll bring it in for out number 2.
I
Didn't even give me time to say that that's Chris Ruiz's first at-bat of the game because he subbed in for Nick Otto, but
yeah. I thought he had a base hit, but it died. It didn't stay up there for a line drive. It died.
Number 6, Brett Malazzo.
Brings up the 9-hole hitter, center fielder Brett Malazzo, who has reached twice, once on a walk, once on a fielder's choice. Long wait for the first pitch to him. She's showing bunt, and he was so late to laying the bunt down that it goes way foul.
Yeah, and there is Phillips throwing bullets to the umpire. You're right. I wonder if Mom's home. She got the rosary beads in the back pocket because he's not playing today, so she don't need the rosary.
0-1 is the count to Brett Milazzo. Pitch is headed home, bounces in, and it's a 1-1 count. 2 outs, a 1-1 count to Brett Milazzo here in the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah.
Already one run is scored for Schaumburg to bring it within 5. The 1-1.
Wow.
Swinging strike 2. Big swing.
Yeah. I tell you, these guys, when they take those cuts, they're looking for the long ball. They're not looking for slapping base hits. They're looking for the long ball.
The 1-2 to Brett Milazzo. Ooh, just fouled back into the netting. And for anyone who's joined us in the middle of this game, since we talked about it at the beginning, Dakota Phillips took a hard fall as he slid back into second on Sunday. He's getting a second look at his left hand, fell on it a little bad or slid into the base just wrong, and because of it, he's out for right now. We'll see how long he happens to be out after he gets his couple opinions. Ball is sent high and fair to left field for Baez. He'll bring it in for out number 3. One more run scores for the Boomers, but they still trail by 5 as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. To the bottom of the 8th we go, and Michael Slayton has been called upon from the Schaumburg bullpen. The righty stands 6'0", 205, out of Nacogdoches, Texas, the same place Dakota Phillips is from.
I wonder if they knew each other.
Well, it's appearance number 8 on the year for Slayton for Schaumburg. An ERA just under 10. This call to the bullpen is presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Slayton on the mound, Ruiz behind the plate. The pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000.
That's going to be one of your assignments, is to find out if they're high school teammates.
I'll see what I can find.
Yes.
Well, another run scored there in the top half of the 8th for Schaumburg on a solo home run from Jordan Wiley. And as it stands, the Otters lead by 5. All 8 of their runs came in that singular 5th inning for him.
Well, that grand slam, Big Mac's home run that put us ahead 2-1, that went by the wayside now. We're counting on Baez's grand slam.
Samson Abernathy now warming up for the Otters in the right field bullpen. Looks like he might be the 9th inning man.
We're not going to bring in the top reliever in the leg.
It seems like the only time they think about bringing Sawyer in is if it's a save situation.
Oh, okay. So it's not a save. You're not going to use him.
Yeah. Edward Jones, leadoff hitter of the game. Elijah McNamee makes his way to the plate. He hit a 350-foot 2-run home run to dead left center field his first time up. He crushed that thing.
He went, about 40 games without hitting a home run. And now he's gotten 2 home runs within the last week or two.
3. He had 2 on Sunday alone.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I'm forgetting that.
Counts at 1-0 now for Big Hit Mac. Pitch gets past the catcher Ruiz, and it's a 2-0 count. I'm not saying that it's necessary, but 5-run lead, a run of insurance doesn't feel awful here.
I'll take as many insurance runs as I can.
This
In
is true.
baseball, yeah, you never know.
2-0 comes in for a called strike 1 for Elijah McNamee. Batting average is just under 300. It'll probably stay that way unless he can grab another base hit here.
Wasn't there a game that we scored 8 runs in the 8th inning or something earlier in the season?
I believe so.
Yeah. So you're coasting. All of a sudden, here comes, and we were on the road, I believe. And the team scores 8 runs. I think we won it or lost it 11-10 or something like that.
You're just going to be sending it to the wall person.
The 3-1 stays up high for ball 4, and Elijah McNamee is going to make it to first for free.
Now, if I was a gambling man, I would say Andy is not going to send him down to steal because his run means little.
Why waste it?
Well, if he ever got thrown out, you killed the rally before we started it.
Miles Gordon is 3 for 4 on the day with 2 singles and a double. He's at the plate now, trying to make it 4 hits. Long wait for Michael Slayton. The pitch on the way home. Big curveball stays inside for ball 1.
So Miles' batting average was 276 before today's game with 3 hits. He should be at least 380 something.
It'll
or
go up
280
for sure.
something.
1 ball, no strikes for Miles Gordon. Ooh, pitch works way inside and catches him just under the right knee, and he falls to the ground immediately. One hit him hard. He's just getting himself up now. Athletic trainer Mandy Flagg comes up and out of the dugout to check on things, but he's walking down to first.
And I bet Benny Garnett, the clubhouse boy, is saying, get up, I've got to wash that uniform. There is a man that goes beyond his call of being a clubhouse man. He's the field man. I tell you, Benny does everything but sell the hot dogs.
He's been a joy to work with this year.
Oh, he is. I mean, you've got so many people here working for the Otters that go beyond whatever their job is. They do dual work, not you're hired to be one thing, but they end up doing 2 or 3 things.
There's always a job out there for you.
Yeah, I'm going to apply next year for the one of the draggers during the 7th inning. I might fill in for that job. It's a walking job.
Well,
one appearance during the whole game.
A lot of applications in, so you got some competition to battle.
I'm going to use age discrimination.
There you go.
If I don't get the job, I'll sue age discrimination. Denying a senior citizen the chance to further his growth.
First pitch to J.R. Davis. He's got runners on first and second, no outs. Pitch is way outside for ball 1. Sure hope our owner, Bill Bussing, isn't listening in.
Listen, he is.
You're threatening to sue him.
I'll make a deal. We'll settle out of court.
1-0 count for J.R. Davis. Outside yet again. It's a 2-0 count.
My association with the Otters goes back to 2004 when Dale Jones was the general manager, and he asked me would I come out and help evaluate and select the 2004 and the 2005 baseball spring training teams. So I go back, 2004 is 22. Get my calculator out. That's 18 years?
Yeah. 3-0 count for J.R. Davis now, and Slayton is 1 pitch away from loading the bases. The 3-0.
Strike.
Called strike
Ooh.
on the inside edge.
There's some fireworks in left field.
Yet again, the Otters being treated to some fireworks around historic Bossy Field here.
Exactly. Thank you, President. I wasn't going to say it.
The 3-1. Called strike 2 on the outside edge, and suddenly J.R. Davis's 3-0 count is a full count.
Yeah, that looks like it's coming from down there off the 41, that area, Highway 41.
The 3-2 to J.R. Davis. Stays a bit high for ball 4. The bases are loaded with no outs. And the worst part about it is that none of them were hits. Everything's been a free pass.
Well, you know, as my good friend Bob Botts would say, an ex-major league relief pitcher, the duty of a relief pitcher is to come in and throw strikes. Nothing else. Throw strikes. And here you got a new pitcher comes in. He walks. So far, he's walked the ballpark.
Yeah, he had a walk, a hit by pitch, and a walk, and he still has no outs in his back pocket.
Yeah.
First pitch to Steven Sinsley. Hit sharply to the right side. Through for a base hit.
There's
One
two.
run's going to score, and they're going to hold Gordon at third. Bases will stay loaded.
Well, I think that was a smart move on Andy's point because why take the chance of killing the rally? In the meantime, and it's another insurance run, which is what now? We've got, it's 9. So, what are we, 6 runs ahead?
Yeah. Brings up Jeffrey Baez. If you forgot, he hit a grand slam earlier in this game. I know it felt like a couple hours ago. That was his second grand slam of the year. He could do it again here.
Boy, you always point out the musts of a game.
A called strike 1 right across the heart of the plate. He turns back and asks home plate umpire Matt Beaver, "Really?" And Matt Beaver says yes.
I wonder if that's ever been done. 2 grand slams in a game.
Well, it could be done right here, I guess. The 0-1. Ooh, he was way behind on that pitch, and you saw the pitcher, Michael Slayton, he kind of grabbed his head right away. He was afraid he left something too high. He is lucky Baez didn't make contact there.
Well, it was a little out of the zone. It was too high.
Bases are loaded. An 0-2 count to Jeffrey Baez. Ooh, got the high curve, and he swung right through it. A swinging strike 3 is good for the first strikeout of the game by Michael Slayton.
Yep. Well, here goes Alligator George.
The shortstop, George Khalil, is 1 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a single, and a walk. He came around to score on Anthony Torrales' 2-run home run. First pitch home to George Khalil. Ooh, big high curveball, stayed a bit inside.
You know, here's a big question. When he flies back to Australia, does he fly first class or coach? Coach is first class is a little different than coach.
The 1-0. Called strike 1 on the outside edge. Count evens up.
You know, you get a 250-pounder on one side and a 390-pounder on the other side. You're in the middle on those airplanes, and boy, you're in the middle, and you better not move because you can't.
The count falls to 1-2 after George Khalil's caught swinging. I know how that one feels. I had a 13 or 14-hour flight from Washington, D.C. to Rome, Italy, and I was caught right in between a couple of people that I didn't know.
A similar situation where you had no room.
Pitch works high and in and hits George Khalil on the shoulder, his team leading 12th hit by pitch. Yeah. It walks a base hit or a run in. Not often you get an RBI hit by pitch.
Yeah.
But that brings home Gordon. Davis goes to third. Sinsley goes to second. Bases are still loaded with just 1 out. Anthony Torrales headed to the plate.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question. If Torrales gets a base hit, do you think the manager of the other team's going to bring in one of the infielders to finish up the game?
It's hard to tell at this point.
Well, if they're using all the relievers.
Right now, they just need 2 outs, and we don't need to play a bottom of the ninth. So,
yeah.
First pitch to Torrellas, called strike 1 on the inside edge.
But this guy's not doing the job. He comes in here and 2 runs are on, and bases are loaded, 1 out.
It's right back to a 7-run lead for the Otters, who are just 3 defensive outs away from their longest winning streak of the year, 8 games. Torrellas caught swinging at an off speed. He's down in the count 0-2.
You know, I was talking to my son-in-law on the way up. We were talking about the playoffs, and you were referring to 2 plays 3, and the number 1 team, whoever's in first place, gets the bye, and it's a 1-game elimination. So being in first place, you're more or less guaranteed 2 games.
Called strike 3 will sit down Anthony Torrellas.
But being in second or third, you better win, otherwise you're going home.
Yeah, at least if you get the 1 seed, you know you get to play a couple of games.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a brutal playoff series this year. Even if you are the best team by far, you're not guaranteed very much.
That's why it's best to be the number 1 team, because whoever wins the second and third team win has to play you 2. What is it? 3? Best out of 3.
Yeah, I believe it's best out of 3 in the division round, and then it's best 3 out of 5 in the championship series, which is going to be tough if one of the Canadian teams wins it, because then you're right back into the passport situation the Otters saw at the beginning of the year if it happened to be them.
That's right. That would be something, wouldn't it? So a general manager should be saying August the 1st, everybody come in, let's check your passport to make sure, because, you
just never know.
In 1984, the year that the San Diego Padres won the National League, my brother told this outfit he wanted a tent, and if you ordered the tent, it was $95,000. But if you ordered it later, it was $900,000. So Jack went against the president and said, we're going to be in the World Series, so I want that $95,000 tent. And my wife remembers it was a great tent. I mean, it was, well, anyway. The thing is, you got to count on your winning. You can't count on being second best.
After Felix took a couple of strikes, he takes a pitch high and inside for ball 1, looking at a 1-2 count, 2 outs, bases loaded. The 1-2 on the way home just stays outside, and the count is even at 2-2.
I would have been swinging on that pitch if I was Felix. It was an off-speed curveball, boy. That it looked like a hungry foxhound.
The 2-2.
Strike 3.
Big curveball falls in for strike 3. Despite walking a run in, he strikes out all 3 outs he gets. We head to the top of the ninth. Otters lead by 7. To the top of the ninth we go, and Samson Abernathy returns to the mound for the first time since June 25th. In that game, he went 2/3 of an inning against Lake Erie, gave up no runs on no hits, earning a strikeout along the way. It's the 17th appearance of the season for him. His ERA sits over 6.0. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Abernathy on the mound. Felix behind the plate. A pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. Well, Otters just need 3 to close this one out and earn a really big win.
And you say it would tie an 8-game winning streak earlier.
No, it would be the first 8-game winning streak of the year. They have 2 7-gamers so far.
Oh,
This
okay.
would
It's
be
the
the
first. I
longest.
misunderstood you. Okay.
Schaumburg has 2 more games here at Evansville. Then they head home to face off in a little bit of a Chicago crosstown rivalry with Windy City. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They've got Monday off, finishing their 13-13. As for the Otters, they finished this set against Schaumburg. Then they host Florence for 3 this weekend before they're getting their Monday off day. First pitch just stays low for ball 1 to Clint Hardy, the leadoff man for the Boomers. It's going to be Hardy, Craig, and whoever will fill in for Matt Botcher. We haven't seen the DH spot since he was tossed earlier in the game. 1-0 stays high, and it's a 2-0 count. Defense is played pretty much straight up all the way around, deep enough that they can just grab the outs they need. The 2-0. Called strike on the inside edge.
I wonder if anyone ever said to him in his delivery, why are you looking at third base while you're in your delivery and you pick the batter up when you're nearly finished your
Certainly a different approach.
Right. The pitcher with the Los Angeles Dodgers years and years ago used to look up at the sky, and Fernando Venezuela, and of course he was a pretty good pitcher.
Counts evened up at 2 balls and 2 strikes for Clint Hardy. Abernathy kicks, delivers. Low outside ball 3, the count's full.
That's like going shooting doves. If you just put the rifle up and just look real quick, bang, instead of watching them fly by and then, line up your dove.
3-2 payoff pitch to Hardy. Zoomed out towards left center field. Gordon will chase after it, going, and it's off the bottom of the tailor-made sign for a stand-up double for Clint Hardy that leads off this ninth.
I don't know if you saw what I just saw, but our center fielder nearly lost his footing out there. Did you see that? And, of course, he had great balance to recover, but I was waiting for him to fall on his face. I don't know. Might have been a little hole out there or something that he ran into.
Alec Craig heads to the plate now. The shortstop has reached base 3 times, but he's got no base hits in the game. A hit by pitch, a fielder's choice, and an error have allowed him on 3 times. The first pitch to him in this at-bat. Inside ball 1. Certainly makes you happy that the Otters were able to grab a couple runs of insurance in that 8th just to keep things okay.
I would, well, you know what I've said all year. I don't have enough runs to satisfy me.
Well, it's why I disagree so heavily with the people that get mad at baseball teams for running up the score. Because at any time, a baseball game can turn on its head.
Right.
You could be the best reliever in all of baseball. I mean, we're talking, you could be Mariano Rivera of the Yankees, who was the best closer a lot of people think of all time.
Right.
And you could have a bad performance, give up 5-6 runs, and just like that, the game's out of your hands. So, gotta be careful. 1-1 is the count towards Alec Craig. Pitch is headed his way. Sends it grounded on the left side. Out. Nice play by Torrales. The long throw.
He's
Is it in
safe.
time?
He's safe.
Not quite.
No, he's safe.
But a nice stop from Torrales over there to keep it in front of him. Would have been an RBI if he didn't.
Oh, yeah. And a double for the batter.
There's now runners on first and third after the infield single from Alex Craig.
Now batting, Schaumburg.
And the batter is now Thomas DeBonville. He's filling in for Matt Botcher, who was tossed earlier in the game. Thomas DeBonville ready for his first opportunity in the game. Runners on first and third. Pitch goes outside for ball one.
Well, Abernathy has to worry about throwing strikes instead of trying to strike people out.
DeBonville is just another guy on this team that's getting an off day today. He's got a good average of 263 on the year, 15 RBIs, 5 home runs. He's a consistent bat. He's currently looking at an 0-1 opportunity after a swinging strike one.
Yeah, he got caught with an inside fastball that caught him a little late on his swing.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch on the way from Abernathy. It's way outside, bounces in. Felix is able to keep it close enough that the runner won't come home. So it's a 2-1 count now to Thomas DeBonville.
Well, give Felix credit. He saved the run then.
2-1 count to Thomas DeBonville. There's runners on first and third with no outs.
Now, why didn't the runner on first advance to second?
Long wait for Abernathy on the bump. Has himself ready. Fires home with a 2-1. Called strike 2. Evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. DeBonville's dug back in, looking at a 2-2 count. Runners on first and third. Otters searching for the first out of the 9th inning. The 2-2. Swinging, strike 3. And it's a German-American bank strikeout for Samson Abernathy. So with 1 down and 2 on, the double play could now end the game as Mike Hart makes his way to the plate. He has 1 hit on the day, a double in the third. He came around to score. For a long time, that was the go-ahead run.
Well, I don't think this man's going to hit a ground ball.
It's grounded to the right side, just about catches the first base coach.
After I just said that, he hits a ground ball because he more or less uppercuts. And he made me look like a fool in that last comment.
0-1 count to Mike Hart. There's runners on first and third.
Remember, Mike likes those high pitches.
The 0-1 evens the count at 1-1. It was low and inside. Otters just trying to finish this one out, claim themselves an 8th straight win. Ball is sent out towards center field. Gordon chasing back towards the wall at the warning track. Baez, did he make the catch?
No,
it
he
fell
didn't.
out of his glove. The throw back in results in a run scoring. Not sure if it's going to be a double or if it's going to be an error on Baez.
No, that hit the wall before Gordon got there.
So an RBI double has brought in a run.
Yeah. No, Gordon picked it up off the ground.
Number 19.
That's the way I saw it.
Craig makes his way to third. Hardy scores, and Mike Hart stands on second. The lead is now just 6.
That was another golf swing that he got away with. And as I said, he used to chase the high pitches, so you should have thrown him high. Anyway, we got 1 out. We need 3 to win this ball game.
First pitch to Braxton Davidson. Misses inside ball 1. Davidson all night has kind of had the eyes filled with glory occasionally, really swinging at pitches.
Now, is anyone warming up in the
There is someone starting to warm. It does look like Jake Polancic is throwing out there.
okay.
Right. The 1-0. Sent straight back towards the netting. Count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, if this guy gets on, somebody better go out and talk to him, and we may have someone ready. Abernathy right now is not having a good night.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on second and third for Schaumburg. Here in the top of the ninth, they're trying to put together a comeback. The 1-1 from Abernathy. Ooh, nice curveball there. Came in for strike 2.
You know, go back to what you were saying several players ago back about not having enough runs. Someone could explode. I mean, imagine if we had a 3-run lead. We wouldn't have that now.
The 1-2 stays inside. Count evens up at 2-2. It would do a lot of wonder for the Otters to grab the first game of this series and put themselves in the driver's seat. 2-2 pitch on the way home from Abernathy. Low inside, goes off the foot of Felix, kicks all the way back up to Abernathy. The count is full. There's runners on second and third, 1 out, a full count to Braxton Davidson. And this could very well be the last batter of Abernathy's day if he allows him to get on base. The 3-2 works inside. The bases are loaded after a walk, and here comes Max Peterson.
Yeah, that should be it for Abernathy.
There goes the movement. We will get a new pitcher. Looks like Jake Polancic. We'll tell you more about him right after this on the Otters Digital Network. It's just now a 6-run lead for the Otters here at the top of the ninth. Jake Polancic gets the nod out of the bullpen for the Otters, making his 20th appearance of the season. Has an ERA just over 5. If there's something you need to know about Jake Polancic, it's that he's obtained a ton of runners, a lot of acquired runners when he comes into games. A lot of them have scored, and that's been a lot of his downfall. But other than that, he's put in some consistent innings for this ball club. It's called The Bullpen's presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Polancic on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located right here in Evansville at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. William Salas at the plate now with the bases loaded.
Well, all you got to do is throw some strikes and get some outs. That's all you got to do.
First pitch to Salas. Called strike 1 on the outside edge.
So let's see. The score is 4 runs. We're at 10 to 4, huh?
The 0-1 to Salas. Works way inside, counts evened up. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on every base.
Well, think. Now, this guy hits a grand slam. We're still winning 10 to 8. So pitch strikes. Let him hit the ball.
It at least cleans off the bases.
Exactly. Exactly.
The 1-1 to Salas. A half swing. Did he go? No, he didn't. So the count's at 2-1 now.
Now, as Bobby Botts would say, relievers, their job is to throw strikes.
The 2-1 to Salas. Skied high in the infield. Armstrong calls everybody off, and that's out number 2.
Okay, now I heard Zane call the infield fly. Then the umpire called it. So Zane should get the out.
So how do you mark that in the scorebook? Is it a pop out to the PA announcer?
Yeah, it is. It'll be PAF 4.
Okay.
But remember, we had that situation several weeks back where the umpire didn't call the infield fly, and we had quite a controversy.
Otters ended up losing the game.
Yeah.
It was a tough one for him.
That's right. We ended up losing the game.
Jordan Wiley, who has a solo home run in this game thus far. Bases loaded, 2 outs. He's the last hope for the Schaumburg team. That's a swing that wanted to tie the game. He would need an augmented baseball field with 2 extra bases to tie the game with a swing, though.
Right. But that was high outside. Probably was a ball, but he's telling you he's going for the distance. Keep the ball high. He'll swing at it.
The 0-1 to Jordan Wiley.
Yep.
Stays low and the count's evened up.
Right. I tell you what, that Phillips is doing one heck of a job down there.
He's probably begging to be a part of the game in any way possible.
Yeah.
I would bet the last thing he wants to do is miss any amount of time.
Well, give him credit for being part of the team. He's in the game.
1-1 to Jordan Wiley. Way outside, 2-1 the count.
Don't worry about throwing breaking stuff. Just give him fastballs and let him hit the ball.
These 2 squads face off again tomorrow and Thursday. Tomorrow night, Aaron Glickstein and Parker Brahms do battle on the mound. Glickstein is a bullpen arm who's getting an opportunity as a starter. Parker Brahms is one of the Otters' best. The 2-1 headed home. Called strike 2 at the knees and down to their last strike.
Now, I thought that was low and inside, but I think we got a break.
2-2 count with 2 outs. The base is loaded. Last chance for the Boomers and Jordan Wiley. The 2-2. A half swing goes right back up the middle. Going to be picked up by Felix. The throw to first. It gets past Sinsley. 1 run scores. A second run comes home to score. The throw to third won't get the man. I imagine it's going to be an error on the catcher that scores the couple runs.
It should be an error on the first baseman. That was a perfect throw. It was the first baseman that made the error, in my opinion. It's up to the official scorer.
Well, as soon as we know, we'll let you know, but 2 runs do score. Davidson's now on third. Wiley's on first. I'll let you know how they scored, but regardless, it's now a 4-run game.
Well, I can say the way I saw it, Felix made a good throw. First baseman reached up and it went off his glove.
First pitch to Ruiz is a swinging strike 1. And now Logan Sawyer is the man warming up for the Otters down there.
Is it a save now?
It would be a save. It would have to be a 1-run game, but I think at this point they don't care about the save. They would just want to come slam the door shut.
Yeah.
0-1 on the way home to Ruiz. Launched high into shallow right field. Armstrong calls everyone off. And there's out number 3, and finally the Otters get this one done. Over 3 hours and 45 minutes later, the Otters win 10-6. We will keep it right here for the post-game show as to not take any more of your evening. Otters have now won 8 straight games for the first time this year and might be able to claim the hottest team in the Frontier League at this point.
I would say so, and I think the best offensive team. All those home runs within the last week.
Well, the game started in favor of the Boomers. They scored on back-to-back doubles from Hart and Davidson in the third, and it was 1-0 for a long time. Kind of felt like this might be the only run we see all night.
Until Big Mac hit Mac gets up.
Yeah, we got to the 5th inning. Armstrong led off after an out by Felix with a single. Elijah McNamee brought him home with a 2-run home run. 4 batters later, a grand slam gave the Otters a big lead. 2 batters later, Anthony Torrelas added his 3rd home run of the year, a 2-runner that put the Otters up big time. It was 8-1 at that point. They added a couple runs of insurance there in the 8th inning, but all of a sudden here came Schaumburg trying to claw back in the 9th. They could not do enough, and they end up falling in this one 10-6. The win goes to Ryan O'Reilly. That is the 4th win of his season and 2nd in a row. Shunpei Yoshikawa falls in his 5th loss of the season. A tough one to take for him, surely. But the Otters, at the end of the day, able to hang their hats and say, we got this win. And the rest of the series is a little bit simpler now that we're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and with Washington winning today, it makes the standings a little more interesting.
Yeah, let's give you one last look at the Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard. Trois-Rivières defeats Empire 9-2. New Jersey falls at Ottawa 4-1. Tri-City and Quebec were postponed. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. Lake Erie gets a 4-3 win at Florence today. Washington wins 4-1, hosting Windy City, like Bill just mentioned. And Gateway holds on to a 7-6 win at Joliet. That's a big win for the Grizzlies to kick off that set. And then the final game of the evening was ours. Evansville gets a 10-6 win over the Schaumburg Boomers. Out-hit them 12-11. 3 errors for the Otters really hurt them, however. But at the end, what really matters is that the Otters get their win. They have won 8 straight, and it's against a very good Schaumburg team tonight. Sets up to be a very exciting last 2 games of this series.
Well, I'm going to leave, and you're on your own. And a great game of announcing by Matthew Will. Have a good one, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, tomorrow night, our friends from Astound join us for a Senior Connection Wednesday. All individuals 55 years of age or older can get on for just $2 general admission ticket. First pitch is 6:35. Gates open at 5:30. The pitching matchup is going to be Parker Brahms, one of the best starters now in the entire league, who has really come out nicely. He will face off against Aaron Glickstein, who has a 3-2 record so far, a 3.38 ERA. Not very many starts, so it's going to be interesting to see what Glickstein can do on the mound for the Boomers. First pitch tomorrow night is 6:35. So about 6:20 is when we will kick off things here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. One final thank you to all of you for sticking with us through some technical difficulties this evening. Some area-wide internet outages have made things difficult to keep the Flow Sports stream up. We are very thankful for your fanship that you've stuck with us and found ways to listen to us. As always, we have the audio-only free version here on the Otters Digital Network. And we're pleased you joined us for another edition of Otters Baseball. For all of us here at the Evansville Otters, he's been Bill McEwen. I've been Matthew Will. We'll talk to you tomorrow night as the Otters and Boomers do battle once again. Otters advance to 8 straight wins with a 10-6 win over Schaumburg. We'll talk to you tomorrow night.